watching closely.
What's the secret, Max?
You just gotta find something you love to do and then do it for the rest of your life.
I don't want to be a product of my environment. I want my environment to be a product of me.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to The Establishing Shot, a podcast where we do deep dives into directors and their filmographies. We are here on episode 23 of the podcast, getting deep into our series on Christopher Nolan, and we're going to be talking Inception today. Unfortunately, we in audio format, it's hard to depict us starting off in a dream within a dream. So I don't really have anything for you there other than this really bad tongue-in-cheek joke. So but I'm really excited today to have Elijah Davidson on the podcast with me, joining me to talk about Inception. Elijah is the co-director, if I'm not mistaken, of the Brim Film Institute at Fuller Seminary in Pasadena, California. And I'm excited to have you on. Why don't you introduce yourself, tell our listeners a little bit about yourself and what you do, we'll go from there.
Cool. Well, now my mind's racing because I'm trying to think what Inception would be like as an audio play. Like a radio play Inception, how they would even do that.
Yeah.
I think it's possible. So I'll talk about myself in a minute, but now I'm just like, can't get that out of my head because it's so it's so visual, and like the way the movie works depends so much on like movie things you can only do in movies.
Oh yeah.
I don't think it would work. Like they'd slow people's voices down, maybe, or
maybe
you need to like.
I mean, you could definitely slow down a Edith Piaf track.
You can do that. You can definitely do that. Yeah. Slow it way down. That might be the way to do it. But we'll get to there. We'll get to that. Yeah. I'm like you said, I'm Elijah Davidson. Been co-directing Brim Film at Fuller Seminary since 2011. And it's a Faith and Film Institute. So we do all that we can to encourage and support kind of that intersection between theology and film. So we have a screening series that we run here in Pasadena, California, where the seminary is. We attend festivals. We have a website where we have movie reviews and things like that. Write reviews. We have book series that we edit. We have students who come through and who work in the film industry and also are taking theology classes, kind of with that theological kind of foundation to their work, and will do whatever they need to support their studies. So we do, whether that's helping them find locations on campus to shoot something, or organizing movie discussion groups if they want to do that alongside their studies. So just whatever we can do to support them, we try to do it. I love it. It's a lot of fun. I initially came to Fuller to study at Fuller because I was interested in doing something to help Christians in the church be nicer to artists, because I love artists, and Christians have a kind of a bad track record of treating how they treat artists, and so I wanted to encourage a better relationship there. And very blessed to be able to work. I love movies forever, and so very blessed to be able to work with Brim Film to kind of support cinematic arts and cinematic artists.
I think the first time that Fuller came across just my radar, I came across Robert K. Johnson's book Real Spirituality, and kind of saw where he was kind of working out of, and
Oh, Rob's great. Rob's a mentor and a good friend, and the reason I get to do what I do. And that book, Real Spirituality, was a real kind of foundational text for a lot of this current era of theology and film. We actually called Brim Film, was actually called Real Spirituality for the first 20 years or so of its
Okay.
existence. Renamed it Brim Film a few years ago, but yeah, called Real Spirituality, which I always liked. I mean, candidly, I like that name better than Brim Film.
Yeah.
Because
real as in REEL.
that's right, a little
Spirituality.
play on
Yeah.
words there, yeah. But the spirituality part is the part that I really liked because
Yeah.
it kind of it's a little bit more generous and open, which I think you got to be when you're talking about artists and filmmakers, because you don't want to over spiritualize their work. But spirituality is kind of like a wide enough net that you can let a lot of stuff in and have a lot of good discussions. So, yeah.
Common human experience sort of word.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and you have some published works yourself.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I'm a writer. I'm a writer by vocation. That's the word that means kind of like calling. So writer by vocation. By profession, I work in marketing, but for the seminary. But by vocation, I'm a writer, and have a few books that I've done, including one on Christopher Nolan. So one little book on Christopher Nolan. Very little book, very small book, like 10,000 words. Hardly a book, but hopefully just enough. But yeah.
I've mentioned it a few times. Just some points that you've brought up in past episodes that may or may not have released yet at this point of the recording. But yeah, I kind of described it as almost like a like film critic devotional almost.
Yeah.
In the way it's kind of written, but yeah.
A devotional is kind of the model for it. It was there's 3 books in this little series that I do. I call it the Icons of Cinema because it's fun to call it that, and I get to make a little icon to go along with it. And the Nolan book, in these little books, I've done one on Nolan, I've done one on Guillermo del Toro, and I just recently put one out on Hayao Miyazaki. And in these books, I kind of like you do on your podcast, like go through a filmmaker's filmography, and I'm keenly interested in okay, what's driving them? Like, what kind of question are they asking? What questions, perhaps, but usually it's question that they are kind of asking over and over again as they make their movies, and how can we see this play out? And then, not like, I don't want to Jesus juke them or anything like that, but I'm more interested in like what's a good, solid, correct Christian response to this. And we Rob Johnston and Fuller, we kind of teach a stance toward culture that it comes from C.S. Lewis. If you want to understand, first you must stand under. And so you let the film speak first, or the artist speak first, and then respond to what they say. So you're not trying to impose anything. You're just going to respond to the questions that they bring up. So just try to do that as going through these filmmakers' work. So I'm glad you found it helpful. They also are very short. Like the Nolan book's like 10,000 words. The Miyazaki one's the longest one. It's like 12,000 words. And because part of the deal with these little books is, I mean, there are great resources out there if you want to go deep, film theory wise, on these filmmakers. And I've read a lot of great books out there, and also like a lot of good biographies of a lot of these filmmakers as well. And I think people should read those. It's good work, but there's not a lot of kind of sustained theological interaction with these filmmakers and their careers. And so I wanted to do just that, because that's the piece that I do. And I want to give it just enough where people can read it and hopefully get a little bit more out of the movie and see it a little better.
It's kind of refreshing, because I'm also kind of reading along through with Tom Schoen's The Nolan Variations, which is very, very deep in each film. And so having like a nice little palate cleanser in the middle of that is nice.
That's good to hear. Yeah, that's good to hear. Yeah. I want to. My goal is on those just give people just enough, like to and get them back to the movie because the movies are really
Mhm.
where it's at,
Yeah.
So yeah, good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's
Oh
good.
yeah. Yeah, and I like to for maybe listeners that are more theology bent. I like to think of it as trying to do film exegesis instead of film eisegesis,
Yeah.
reading
Mm-hmm.
out of the text instead of into it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in this case, it's not a text; it's a film. But
Right. Yep.
um, but yeah, I love that. And for maybe listeners that aren't Christians and just trying to dig into the movie, don't let the Christian talk scare you away from getting that transcending time and looking into it, because it really has very like just human applicable themes that you're kind of trying to dig into. And Christopher, it's not like Christopher Nolan is a Christian making quote
No.
unquote Christian films. So a lot of the themes that that are being dealt with aren't specifically Christian
Yeah.
necessarily, but very like just common human things that we need to reckon with and deal with.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Um,
always like to think of them as artists ask questions primarily,
mhm,
and they might give some answers to those questions, but they're asking questions mostly.
yeah,
And it's, I think, uh, uh, a fair and honoring way to interact with their work is, to engage those questions from your own perspective. And,
right.
for me, that's a Christian perspective. For somebody else, it might not be.
Hmm.
But just trying to honestly engage with them. And then also the other part of it is, um, from film studies side of things, like, um, theological film criticism is just a lens like any other. So, like,
Right.
people do feminist film criticism, they do queer film criticism, they do all kinds of different film criticisms or
Hmm.
film theories, and theological is another one. So it's like an extra nice little tool to have in your toolbox, I think,
Oh yeah.
and a nice extra lens that you can use sometime when it's applicable.
Yeah.
So yeah, cool.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And
So
people
what?
can get the books for free on. Also, this is actually worth stating. Um,
Yeah.
the
Yeah, I think if you sign up for, I think you have a newsletter, and you can choose. I think you can choose, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah,
between the Nolan or the Del Toro
yeah, or the
book, I
Miyazaki one
think.
now. Yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
and Miyazaki's been added to that too. So yeah, you can get them for free. You can just go to my website elijahdavidson.com and go to books, and you'll find your way to them.
Yeah.
Pretty easy to do. And just sign up for my newsletter, get it for free. Then unsubscribe if you want to. I don't care. But
Sure.
or if you want to get them, this PDF, you get a PDF that way. But if you want to get it on Kindle, they're available on Kindle as well. They're like $3 or something like that a piece on Kindle.
Cool.
Yeah, and there will be
Yeah. Yeah.
so they're just digital right now. I'm currently working on a new one on James Cameron, and once I finish the Cameron one, I'm going to put these four all together and do a print version of these books as
Oh,
well.
great.
So if you
Yeah.
really want the print thing, just going to wait 6 months or so.
Yeah.
They'll do one of those. So yeah,
Yeah. Great. That's awesome to know.
yeah.
Yeah. So what was your, I guess, like personal like journey, I guess, into loving film? Like, what sparked that in you and in your life?
Yeah, I can't remember a time when I wasn't watching movies.
Hmm.
My parents really loved movies, and um, I they were always watching movies. They were always showing us movies that they loved, and they're big fans of classic films. I think there's like never a time when TCM is not on in our house, my parents' house, on some TV. And so they love classic films. They love new movies. We're always going to the movies all the time. Um, I just love movies. I have so many memories of them sitting me. I have five younger siblings, and uh, they would sit us all down to watch something. And maybe it was. I mean, it might be Vertigo was one that we all sat down and watched. Hitchcock's
Hmm.
Vertigo, or um, what else? They really loved Terry Gilliam. They really loved Terry Gilliam. So Time Bandits was one that they made sure we all sat down and watched.
Okay.
And then as I got older, my parents would sit me down to watch movies that were like maybe a little bit too old for my siblings. So
Sure.
I have great memories of watching like The Godfather and Psycho and things like that
Yeah.
with my parents when I was older. So um, movies were always there, and I and then I of course loved them and watched them on my own as well, all growing up. So um, one of the best summers though, I got a job in the nearby. I grew up in a very small town, like 700 people in the country, and but the county seat town. I got a job in that town at a grocery store, and I would get off work, and Blockbuster Video had this promotion going on when I was working there, and it was for kids, and you could sign up for it, and then you were allowed to rent like a movie for free every day or something like that as a kid. And
Oh, wow.
they didn't really have a stated age limit on it, so I signed up for it. I was in high school, and I signed up for it anyway. And I would get off work at the grocery store. I would go to Blockbuster. I would get a movie, come home and watch it that night, and then the next day I'd go to work again and return it when I was and get a new movie. And I did that like all summer long and through the fall.
Yeah.
And that was a time when I really watched a lot of stuff that I'd always heard about. Because I just pick it up from Blockbuster and watch it and move on through. So,
Yeah.
fond memories of that summer and fall.
Yeah,
doing
that's
that.
an awesome memory.
Yeah. So movies have always been there, and for me, and that's never wavered. I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Followed right through to your career, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Writing about movies came about not accidentally. I've always been a writer, and I always kind of wrote about everything in my life, including the movies I was watching. And then when I started working for then Real Spirituality, my first big job was to revitalize our website, and so I started writing film reviews of current releases all the time because we needed content on our website, and I've just continued doing that, and it ended up being a nice, as I was figuring out like my whatever ministry leanings I had and my writing and all that kind of stuff, they just seemed like this is the thing that God put in front of me to do. So this is the thing I'll write about, and continue doing so as long as I feel like there's something new in front of me to write about
Sure.
when it comes to movies. So I've always said my only real sense of like calling is just to write. And
Yeah.
movies are the thing that are in front of me to write about now. So keep doing that.
Yeah. Great. Yeah, and what about Christopher Nolan? What's your first memory of a Christopher Nolan film?
I knew you were going to ask me that, and I've been thinking about it and trying to figure it out. I'm pretty sure my first Nolan. Did The Prestige come out in 2006?
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't think it was The Prestige in theaters. Though I do remember that being in theaters because The Illusionist was also out at the same time, the Ed Norton
Right.
movie. And I remember going to the movies and seeing both those films with my mom and my sisters. And we would talk about which one we liked more. And we liked The Illusionist more at the time, which I haven't watched in years. And I've watched The Prestige so many times since then.
Yeah.
It's kind of held up more. But so I remember that one being in theaters and seeing that one in theaters. But I'm pretty sure I saw Memento on DVD. I think I was trying to when I was in college, I think, which would have been around the same time it came out. So it would have been relatively new and like newly on DVD. And I went through a little phase during college where I watched like Mindbender movies. I like read about. This is like early internet days, not really early internet days, good internet days. And I like found lists of like mind-bending movies. I watched Primer around the same time and really enjoyed Primer. I was really into Lost, which has a lot of time messed up things and mind-bending stuff. And then I'm pretty sure in something I was reading came across the film Memento, and I remember watching that when I was in college. But I don't think it registered for me as like a Christopher Nolan movie. It was just a weird movie,
Right.
And watched that. I think the first time I knew I was watching a Christopher Nolan movie, like a Christopher Nolan movie, kind of thing, was probably like I definitely knew he directed Batman Begins.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and we liked Batman Begins. We thought that was pretty fun for a Batman movie. I remember that was during a time where like my dad and I would always liken everything to like, oh, it's like they made a Bourne movie but with Batman.
Yeah.
And oh, they made a Bourne movie, but it's James Bond. Jason Bourne influenced so much, we thought at the time. So I know that I knew he directed Batman Begins. Um, but it was probably The Dark Knight. Probably
Mm-hmm.
when I first realized I was watching a Christopher Nolan movie.
Right.
And then it feels to me in retrospect like Inception was the one where people were really like, oh, this guy's for real, like that back to
Yeah.
back of Dark Knight and Inception, and that kind of like skyrocketing his popularity, his notoriety. It
Yeah.
feels like that era was somewhere in there. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. And, jumping into Inception off of that, it really does feel like Inception was the first movie that was kind of almost like marketed as a Christopher
Mm.
Nolan movie, kind
Probably off the
of,
success of The Dark Knight. Yeah.
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 So I mean, you have Leo in the movie, and so it's easy to market a movie with Leo in it for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But it did feel like, okay, now he's done Batman Begins. He did The Dark Knight. Dark Knight made, so much money.
Yeah.
And now they're like, hey, this is the guy that made, the Batman Begins and The Dark Knight, and
Mm-hmm.
come see this other like huge budget movie that he's made that we don't really know what it's about,
Yeah.
sort of thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, really interesting. I was when Inception came out, I was in college, and I remember which I feel like is the perfect like age
Uh-huh.
for Inception to come out at. It's
Yeah.
like prime, like philosophical mind bending,
Uh-huh.
like you were talking about, like
Yeah.
digging into those questions with your friends,
Mm-hmm.
So that was a lot of fun, having that come out, when I was in college.
Yeah.
But yeah, my memory's a little bit fuzzy too of my first Nolan. I'm pretty sure it was Batman Begins,
Mm-hmm.
just because, I would have definitely seen a Batman movie
Yeah.
no matter what, who did it,
Yeah.
sort of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely, once the Dark Knight came out and Inception was coming out, I went back and watched, The Prestige. And so, Nolan was, for me, he was like my kind of next level into like loving film.
Mm.
And, that college kind of
Yeah.
excitement of, oh, there's more to movies than just like what cool line or what,
Mm-hmm.
blows up, or,
Yeah.
that sort of thing.
Yeah. He's
And
definitely a good
so,
gateway philosophical filmmaker.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I described him in an earlier episode as like a, cinephile gateway drug,
Yeah.
sort
Totally.
of.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. And
Um,
we really don't have a lot of like big budget movies these days that have a very
yeah.
strong like auteurist perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Like really big budget stuff, like blockbuster stuff like that. Like even filmmakers like Spielberg, have kind of his movies don't open like that anymore. Like
Yeah.
people go see him, but he makes much smaller movies now than he used to.
Mm-hmm.
And I was trying to think of other. I mean, a Tarantino movie is kind of an event,
Yeah.
kind of an event, but kind of not in the way that Nolan is. Like you don't like people go
Mm-hmm.
see Tarantino movies, but like my mom and dad don't go out of their way to see a Tarantino movie, as much as they love
Sure.
movies, but they would definitely go see a Christopher Nolan movie.
Right.
You can't miss that. It's like popular level filmmaking, but with like real ideas and vision. Like it's like Ridley Scott or or James Cameron or
Mm-hmm.
Hitchcock. It's like that
Mm-hmm.
level of popular and also thoughtful kind of interesting
Right.
filmmaking. Yeah.
Right. And someone that you can really like dig into,
Mm-hmm.
that, perfect for a series like this, or
Yeah.
for, your book, that you can really dig into and see, not, the thematic lines, and also like the technical, like how they
Mm-hmm.
made it, lines going through their movies, like, yeah, it really, really love that. And the cool thing about Inception, specifically, is that this is a movie that like goes all the way back to, his kind of inception of loving film.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He was, in our overview episode, talked about, his kind of high school, boarding school days, and he would, listen to movie soundtracks on his Walkman after lights out. And that's sort of where he kind of traces the idea for this movie all the way back to then. Just kind of like that dream space of wondering, like, how can dreams interact, and, just laying in bed, probably like half dreaming
Yeah.
as he did. um
Huh.
and, he, back then, he was kind of conceiving of it as like more of a horror
Mm.
movie, and it kind of stayed just that idea for a long time. um and yeah, he kind of talks about how when he went to university, he had like I guess like a meal plan of some sort,
Okay.
that he had paid for at the beginning of the semester. And so he would stay up these late nights doing, whatever college students do. But he would always make sure, no matter when he went to sleep, that he woke up at 8 a.m. and went and ate his breakfast that he had already
And he paid
paid
for.
for.
Yeah.
And then he would go back to sleep. And when he would go back to sleep, he would have these like lucid dreams,
Huh.
where he was like, he felt like he knew he was in a dream and he was in control. He even talks about he would have a dream on a beach where he was aware that he had like created every grain of sand on the beach
Huh.
in his, in his dream, in his mind.
Huh.
And so it's just like this growing idea of dreams. What are dreams? What are they for? What do they do?
Hmm.
That yeah, it, like a fascination with them, which is interesting, in and of itself.
Mm-hmm. It is
But
the
yeah, so go ahead.
yeah. I was gonna say his approach to thinking about what dreams are and what they do is
Mm-hmm.
just is always like is very interesting to me because there's an old movie thing that like movies are dreams, like shared
Yeah.
dreams
Mm-hmm.
that the audience shares together, and I've always kind of balked at that kind of definition of what a movie is because movies aren't dreams. Like there's some filmmakers who make dreamy movies, like and are
Mm-hmm.
really good at making movies that behave like dreams. So
Right.
like someone like David Lynch, like I
Mm-hmm.
just got to see Mulholland Drive released in theaters recently when that was fantastic experience
Yeah.
in the theater with the crowd. And that's a movie that works on dream logic, like really works on
Oh
like a
yeah.
dream, like dreams do. Or you think of filmmakers like Andrei Tarkovsky, where
Mm-hmm.
things don't work exactly like real life in his movies, or and you can go back to Buñuel and people like that who
Mm-hmm.
were like really trying to work in the surrealism dream state kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
But Nolan doesn't do that thing. Like he's too much of a
Yeah.
materialist, um,
Oh yeah.
and so it's like I think his thing of like the Memento thing, where like I think it's truer that most movies we watch work like memories, not like dreams.
Mm-hmm.
It's a shared memory that we have because in memory, like we leave out all the boring stuff. We only remember the highest points and the low points, and that's what a movie
Mm-hmm.
is.
Yeah.
And there's like a cause and effect thing that we make up in our head about why something happened, and that's what a movie is. Like it's
Yeah.
almost like an um, after the fact. What's the word? Um, justification. That's not the right word, but for like why something happened. We make a
Right.
what a memory is, tell ourselves a story
Yeah.
about it, and like Nolan gets that, I think, better than most.
Yeah.
And so it's easier that he made a dream movie, and what he's interested in is not the surreal stuff. It's just wait, how do dreams work, and why do our
Yeah.
minds do that? You know?
Yeah, and even like, I mean, there's exposition in the movie about
Yeah.
how dreams and memories kind of interconnect,
Mm-hmm.
and how that relates to reality.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it, right there, said out loud in the
Yeah.
script. So
Uh-huh. There
yeah,
is so much exposition and things said right
yes,
out loud in the script in Inception. In
yes,
fact, if beyond the interesting ways it's edited together, that's like the distinguishing factor
hmm
of this movie is how much exposition there is.
yes,
And I went through a phase with this film where I didn't like that, how much
yeah,
exposition it was, and I've kind of come all the way through that point now where I appreciate the exposition all
hmm
over again, like better than I did before, uh,
oh yeah,
and kind of admire it for how really audacious it is to put so much exposition in the movie.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I think I can't remember where, but I saw it. It really, like, when I read this, it clicked of like, oh, this makes total sense. So like when you think about a heist movie, which this very much
Oh yeah.
mirrors,
Mm-hmm.
uh, you think about that. So like think about Ocean's 11, like how much exposition they do in that movie, and it's
Mm-hmm.
just like part of the fun of the movie is like talking through how you're gonna do what
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna do.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what's happening in Inception. Like
Mm-hmm.
that's part. So like if you, I guess you have to take off your like critic glasses a little bit, and just say, okay, but is it kind of fun to to
Yeah.
learn all the rules and think
Uh-huh.
about this, like how you're gonna pull this off with these
Mm-hmm.
guys,
So maybe
just
take your
like you
glasses
do.
off and like clean them a little bit, put them back
Yeah.
on, so you can understand that it's a heist movie, and in heist movies you always have exposition.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Now, like, is it a fun heist movie like Ocean's 11? Not exactly. It
Yeah.
is in some ways, but it's a little bit heavier, I guess, in content than that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the formula is definitely there,
Yeah.
of
Yep.
why it's needed, and really, like, a lot of, I've heard the kind of criticism of, why can't you just show us visually,
Mm-hmm.
these rules, and why you have to do things. But really, like, it, for one, the movie's already 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Uh-huh. And it's doing
And
tons of visual things. It's not
yeah,
like there's a lack of visual
right.
storytelling going on.
And there really is,
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of the exposition is kind of like tied to visual cues that
Mm-hmm.
kind of tie into the exposition. Just
Yeah.
one of the things Nolan does a lot of in all of his movies is these intercut shots with objects or
Mm-hmm.
flashback memories. And there's a lot of that going on, like when there's exposition happening here.
Yeah.
So I even think that criticism is a little bit misjudged,
Mm-hmm. It's also
of this
kind of
film.
funny. Like now, what are we like? 1, 2, 3, we're like 4 films past Inception in his career now, and
Hmm
now the most common criticism of his films is that you can't understand the dialogue. Um,
Yeah.
so now we have a movie where people are tired of the dialogue and don't want to hear the dialogue because it's too much, and now we're upset because we can't hear it. It's just so funny to me. Like we're never
Yeah.
happy.
Oh, we got to find something to throw at this guy making
Yeah,
hundreds of millions of dollars on all of his
that's right.
movies.
Making these
Um,
great high concept films that nobody else
yeah,
is even attempting. So
yeah,
we got to criticize
and
him for
that he
something.
doesn't even see because he doesn't,
I
he
know.
doesn't even have a cell phone.
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah.
yeah.
I will say the first time I watched Inception, the first few times I watched Inception, I did not notice the exposition at all.
Yeah.
Like I was just so caught up in what was going on that it never occurred to me to complain about them talking as much as they do because I needed
hmm
it. Like
Yeah.
it's complicated enough, and that I really appreciate those
Yeah.
moments when they explain to me again, oh yeah, here the time's moving slower than there, and that's why this looks like the way it does. So like, it really helps the first time you're
Yeah.
watching it because it's
Oh
something
yeah.
that like I had never seen before.
Mm-hmm.
Never seen anyone do this kind of layered thing. And then they set it up in the first like hour and a half of the movie, all the rules of what goes on, and then they enter the dream within a dream within a dream, and you start seeing the effect of those rules in action, and it's
Yeah.
just mind blowing the first time you watch it.
It is. Yeah.
Absolutely mind blowing. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, jumping back a bit, he first pinned this sort of draft, like the draft that looks most like that kind of has the heist element in it instead of the horror element.
Mm-hmm.
He did that after Insomnia,
Mm.
um, and kind of felt like there's something missing. And then of course, he got Batman Begins, and he kind of set it aside. But yeah, after Dark Knight came out, he really like jumped back to this. He had, I guess, he kind of presented it to WB. I think actually in 2002 they had given him the go ahead to like pin them something.
Mm.
I can't remember the term for what studios do. Like, there's a term for what studios give
Like an option?
filmmakers, like,
Did they take an option?
yeah, an option, exactly. They gave him an option to pin this script for them. So that was what he did in 2002, and I think he got like 80 pages and just was like stuck. And yeah, it was the third act that he says he got stuck on, and he said that it just didn't lead anywhere that paid off. Which is, I appreciate that he was like reckoning with that as like a writer, as a filmmaker.
Mm-hmm.
And then so when he finished with The Dark Knight, while they were making that, his fourth child was born. And he kind of, during the making of that movie, kind of was like, man, I'm missing out on so much with my family, because he had to fly in for the birth and then like fly right back to keep working on The Dark Knight. And so after The Dark Knight wrapped up, he went on like a month-long vacation with his family in somewhere in Florida. And it was returning from that he revisited this script, and finally it clicked with him, because all those things were like rolling around, like missing his family, feeling like he, I guess even like feeling like you're losing that lifetime of experience with them. And then just like this, even like imagery that he brought back of his kids like playing with sandcastles, like that you kind of end up seeing in the movie. All that kind of like ran together, and he I think that's when he finally like found the wife as the kind of emotional center, the thing that it all like leads to, the relationship with the wife, the kind of family aspect. Yeah, he the quote that I really liked that he said in talking about that was in terms of like writing this movie, he says, I think I just had to grow into it. Which I love that I just love that thought of an artist or a creator. Really, like, you can think of that like whether you're creating art or creating a business or whatever. Just having the insight to know to see, like, I had to grow to a certain point in my life, and my maturity and my wisdom to know what to do with this. Which I thought was really a cool aspect of the background of this movie.
It really is. It really is.
It really was a lifetime in the making, going all the way back to his boarding school days. That idea.
That's good. That's really interesting. And also, like, it reminds me that like Inception does not immediately strike you as a personal film. You know, like how can a movie this big that has exploding mountainsides and you know, and zero gravity fistfights and stuff like that be a
Yeah.
personal film? You know, and but there it is, right there. You know, like it's a movie that, you know, ultimately is motivated by Christopher Nolan missing his kids and hating that he has to be away from them so much to make the films that he's making,
Yeah.
and working that out. You know, working out the grief over the life, the years lost with his children,
Yeah.
because of the work that he's doing. Which is, I mean,
Yeah.
that's Cobb's driving thing there. You know, like that's, I mean, it's the grief over his wife. You know, that Maul is dead, of course. A lot of grief there, but it's also what he's really sad about now is that he's not with his kids, and that's what he's trying to fix. Yeah.
Yeah.
So even something as big as Inception, you know, is, you know, a personal thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And I even like thinking about this as we're talking, you know, I've even heard like the people like poking like plot holes, like why doesn't he just fly the kids to Paris or whatever?
Yeah.
And thinking about like the parallels to his life is like, why doesn't he just fly his family to the set? And it's like, well, it doesn't really work that way. Like,
Yeah.
he's, even if they're there, like he's not with them. He's on the set. He's working.
Yeah.
And so
and Cobb's
the
always
parallel
Cobb's on
still
the run.
works.
Yeah, Cobb's on the run all the time. Like, he can't be anywhere because he's hunted. He's a hunted man. Like even when he first decides to go to Paris to talk to Michael Caine, I guess that's Maul's dad. You know, like Arthur asked him, "Are you sure? Like, are you sure about that?" He's like, "Yeah, no one's gonna care. Like, I can get away with it if I'm not here very long." You know, and extradition between France is a bureaucratic nightmare or whatever. So like they address that he can't really settle anywhere, which is, you know, I have you know, my friends who are filmmakers and like work in the industry and like work on big budget giant movies, you know, like stuff like Inception or whatever. Like that's a hard thing about their life is that they're gone so much. You know, they're always like a month or two away from their next gig where they're going to be in, I don't know, Poland or somewhere, you know, or Canada or Atlanta or wherever they're going to be shooting their next film. And they're always away. And they miss their family. They miss their community. They miss everything while they're gone. So it's a big, hard part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a sacrifice, for sure. But no, you know, keep on going, Nolan. So he gets the script to WB and they're like, sure, you know, here's $160 million, you know, go make your movie that we don't really understand, which, you know, that's the other thing about Nolan at this point in his career is like, he has worked so hard at building that trust with the studio system, which I feel like is it's a strange relationship filmmakers have with studios. I mean, we're in the middle of two huge strikes with the actors and the writers, and that, you know, that relationship is just so, it's such a strange, I guess, world of navigating the politics of that. And I guess Nolan just has figured his path through.
He's like one of the few lucky ones. You know, who has, but it's even hard for him though. You know, like I mean, they'll give him $150 million to make a movie, whatever. But you know, like he had to, you know, he and Warner Brothers, you know, ran afoul of each other about the release of Tenet, and so he did not make Oppenheimer with Warner Brothers, you know, and couldn't work with him anymore. So even Nolan, someone like him, you know, can still, you know, that clash of the commerce and the art thing can happen. So it's tough. It's tough.
For sure. I mean, when at the same time, you know, along those same lines, when this came out was when like IP film material was really like exploding. with Marvel coming on the scene with their cinematic universe, and
Yeah.
just everyone was I think this is probably the beginnings of a lot of the reboot remakes that
Hmm.
we're still getting today,
Yeah.
back
2011.
in
That was
2010.
2000.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2010. That was before Avengers.
Hmm.
That was still when people were like, I'm not sure this Marvel thing's gonna work. You know,
Yeah.
well
Yeah.
before
But
that kind of thing
but
became a
Avengers
cultural
was
juggernaut.
like on the calendar though,
Yeah.
already at that point. Like people
Hmm.
knew it was coming.
Yeah.
Um, 'Cause that was 2012, right?
2012. Yeah,
Yeah.
2012 for Avengers. Yep. So that
Yeah.
was. I remember that
Um,
time. It was still like, well, this Thor movie's kind of okay. That's kind of
yeah.
fun. Captain America's fine. I'm not sure how they're gonna put all this together, but
Hmm.
they said they got big plans. We'll see how that goes. Uh,
Yeah. Yeah.
little
Yeah.
did
I
we
mean, so
know.
you have that where they're like telling you everything they're gonna do. Like we're
Hmm.
gonna make this movie and this movie, and then we're gonna put them all together in the Avengers.
Yeah.
And then you have Inception, where it's like the trailer is just like crumbling buildings, and it's
Hmm.
like dreams, and you're like,
Wom
what in
wom
the world?
sounds.
Yes.
Yep.
What in the world is this movie?
Yeah.
And
Good on
it
him.
just like
Yeah.
the juxtaposition there is great, and
Yeah.
having I guess the marketing part wasn't on Nolan, but whoever it was marketing that, with the secrecy
Hmm.
of it being what made it, what gave it all the hype, I guess you would say,
Yeah.
was really well done.
Yeah.
Um,
For sure.
but I mean, that's Nolan's MO too.
Hmm.
Like even for this movie, he had, well, for the script, the actors either had to come to his office, or he had like a guard take it to their
Hmm.
house, and they wouldn't leave until he finished, and then they would take it when they
Yeah.
left.
Yep.
Which I love. I've always, there's several stories of that sort of thing happening
Yeah.
with Nolan that I
Yep.
just love.
Yeah. It makes sense to like it's because it's not like his movies have like twists in them that you don't want spoiled. I mean, Prestige kind of does, but like
Yeah.
the rest of them don't really have like big twists. But it's more like if you heard someone describe what this movie is before you've seen it, you would think it sounded really stupid, and
Yeah.
there's no way that could work.
Hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
and so you wouldn't want like that kind of bad word of mouth out there where people are like something about dreams within dreams. I don't know, like because
Yeah.
you wouldn't want, if I was Nolan, I wouldn't want people coming into my weird high concept movie with a preconceived idea what they're going to see, because it's not going to be what they think it is.
Yeah.
Um, you'd want a clean slate for everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
clean as possible.
You don't want like your film bro buddy to explain it to you.
Yeah,
You want Leonardo DiCaprio to explain it to you.
that's right. Again and again and again over the course of 2
Yeah.
hours and 20 minutes, so you always know
Exactly.
exactly where you are. And it really helps if Ellen Page is there too.
Yes.
So in case you don't get it, she can ask questions so that you can hear it
Yeah.
all over again.
Yes, exactly. Uh, oh man. But yeah,
Again, I love the exposition. I love the
yes.
exposition now.
Yeah. And as far as influences go, I mean, the list could probably go on and on. Nolan notoriously references Ridley Scott for every movie.
Hmm.
Ridley Scott's an influence.
Yeah.
I didn't see, when I was doing my research, I didn't see Blade Runner mentioned for this movie, and that might be the first time I've seen Blade Runner mentioned for one of these movies.
Yeah.
But yeah,
That's
I
funny.
mean,
So when he mentions Ridley Scott, I was thinking about this, like what's he latching on to there? Like because I think of Ridley Scott. I always say Ridley Scott makes movies about buttons and cups. Like he's a detail filmmaker, and
mhm,
like sometimes his movies aren't, even when his movies aren't good, they're fun to watch because he's gonna get all those details correct all throughout.
mhm,
Like that Russell Crowe Robin Hood movie.
yeah,
Not
mhm,
very good, but like I can watch that movie anytime and just geek out over the textures of their clothing.
sure,
And I think Ridley Scott geeks out over the texture of their clothing too.
mhm,
Um, And I guess like I could see Nolan really like attaching to that. Like there's a real visceralness to a Ridley Scott film always.
Yeah.
There's like kind of big classic emotional movements, and that Nolan does that too. And
Mm-hmm.
then Nolan the materialist, I think, would probably really enjoy how much texture there is to a Ridley
Yeah.
Scott movie. That's just my guesses, though. Have you read
Yeah.
like what he loves about Ridley Scott? They're
Yeah.
British.
I
They're both
think,
British, so that could be it too.
right. So, I mean, part of it is Blade Runner was like his favorite movie. It was, he saw, I think, Blade Runner, and he watched Alien around the same time. And it was like the first time he realized that there was a director behind the camera. So I think part of it is just that latch back to the first time that he like really realized, oh, there's a thread between these two movies. They have a similar atmosphere. And I think the atmosphere of those movies, like if you think of like you said, like kind of the textures and the atmosphere of Blade Runner, you do get that in the Gotham of Batman Begins a lot. And then too, like you get the kind of, in his more sci-fi ventures, you do get those kind of philosophical musings, kind of like into who we are as humans and what, Nolan seems very interested in the choices we make and why we make them. And, Scott seems interested in that too. So maybe it's some of that.
Yeah, I can see that. Like throughout Ridley Scott's work, like an underlying moral question about like how do we, which is very true of Nolan, like how do we decide what's the right thing to do?
Sure.
And that kind of being a fundamental question that Ridley Scott's protagonists tend to face.
Yeah,
I can see that.
The simplicity of it too, of how you deal with that question. Because if you think of, so I haven't seen a ton of Ridley Scott, but I feel like enough, a good handful, and I've seen all of Nolan, and that the way he boils down those moral questions to something that's simple and easy to like dissect.
Yeah.
And so like, yeah, I feel like that's a common theme.
I see that.
But even just like he pulls random things like one of the things in my Batman Begins research was he was very interested in why the gangsters would be scared of Batman. And he pulled like the kind of elusive like horror of Alien into how he used Batman in those action scenes. And like, I mean, it's even, you think about like that first scene with the fight at in the freight yard.
Yeah.
Like totally. The guy's backing up, like, where are you? And then it's his face right there, like saying here. And that's like very reminiscent of like the Alien upside down, like,
yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. So
interesting.
There's a lot of stuff. He does love, he just loves Ridley Scott.
Yeah. That's a good one to love. Ridley Scott's hardly ever made a bad movie. So
yeah. And Kubrick too.
You can see Kubrick
one of the
all over the stuff. The
visual of the centrifuge was something that like he latched onto from a young age. And then he got to spin the hotel hallway around. This is where he finally gets to do his own centrifuge. Which is really masterfully done.
Oh gosh, I've seen Inception countless times, but that scene, that hallway fight scene where Joseph Gordon-Levitt's running on the walls, like still like makes my heart race every time. It's just amazing. And just to know that like he's really doing that. Like we're not because it's Nolan, so like we're not watching a lot of digital trickery to make this happen. They've choreographed this thing and they're doing this, and it's like another movie, that old movie, like it's like Fred Astaire dancing on the walls, and even if you know how they do it, it's still incredible. To to watch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And there's part of the artist interest there too, of like, a lot of times artists are just as interested in how something is done as like
Oh
what's
yeah.
done, which
Mm-hmm.
comes through both in the exposition, but also like in you kind of seeing, it's, in the movie, they kind of bring eventually Fisher along for the ride. Like
Right.
they clue him in that he's watching a movie. And
Mm-hmm.
when you watch a Nolan movie, there's things that happen where you're kind of clued in. Oh yeah, I'm watching a movie.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Nolan's okay with you watching it and thinking like, wow, how did he do that as
Yeah.
you're watching the movie? Like he
Yeah.
wants you to have those moments.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, I think
that's
so too.
definitely one of them for
Yeah.
sure.
I mean, this is probably his most movie, like
Mm-hmm.
where like I mean, I love the idea that like this is all a giant metaphor for filmmaking. Like I love
Yeah.
Inception is all a giant metaphor for filmmaking, even down to like Cobb looking like looking like Christopher Nolan,
Yeah.
and like
He
being the
does.
director, and you got the producer with Arthur, and you have
Yeah.
the set designer, production designer with Ariadne, and on and on and on, actor with Tom Hardy, and so
Mm-hmm.
forth. I
Yeah.
love that little wrinkle to it all, that you're talking about how movies are made,
Mm-hmm.
and then of course Fisher is the audience and whatnot.
Right.
But he's done that other times too. Like that's one reason I really love watching is Tenet is a movie that's about how movies work also,
Okay.
and like the kind of what it means when you watch a film go backwards, and what that would be
Sure.
if you were living in that frame that was going backwards, but you could walk through it, and the way that you mess with time, like the way that movies
Mm-hmm.
allow you to mess with time is like a central interest to Nolan.
Yeah.
And, I always love the Tarkovsky quote that, movies are sculptures in time, or sculptures
Mm-hmm.
of time. And I think Nolan really latches on to that and explores that in the same way that someone like Tarkovsky does, just in these giant, big budget action movies.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then what that does to us, we're getting ahead of myself, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
It's a movie.
yeah, he is like, so my theory on that is, so a lot of people are like, oh, Nolan made a movie about like filmmaking. And my kind of take on that is like, well, I don't think like, well, I even wrote down a quote where he said like, I didn't set out to make a movie about movies.
Yeah.
Like he recognizes that it's in there. Like he kind of talks about how like, oh yeah, I can see how that's in there, but it's not what I was trying to do. And so my take is just like, he's just working from what he knows.
He is totally.
Like he's been doing this, nonstop for a decade. Yeah. And so
I think of it as like a band's second album, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like a band's second album is almost always about how much it sucks to be on the road. Yeah. And, and like whatever else is going on in the album, like that's always a big part of what's going on. And I know this is not Nolan's second movie, but it feels like his second album, where even if he didn't intend for it to be about that, it's a lot about how it sucks to be a filmmaker.
Oh yeah.
Like what's hard about that.
Yeah. I even, this is one that I didn't really see anywhere, but I almost wonder if like Mal, in the movie represents like the filmmaker's like subconscious, like, they're this kind of subconscious things that they're dealing with in their life, kind of forcing their way back into his movies.
Yeah, I like that. That's good.
But yeah, I mean, she keeps showing up. He can't get rid of her because he's trying to deal with his grief, but he doesn't have time to. Yeah, and so
until he just shows up in his movies. Down, right? Until he finally sits down and deals with it. At the end. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, that's good. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, maybe it's his guilt over missing his kid's life. I mean, obviously, his guilt over being away, his guilt over everything, and his other, who knows what else is going on with him. Things we'll never know that are going on in his movies. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that other influences. I think so. He's mentioned MC Escher
Mhm.
before, but this
Sure.
is the first time where like I really think it's. I mean, it's like in your face
Yeah.
MC Escher like stuff going on.
Uh-huh.
As far as like, I mean, the Parisian street folding,
Yeah.
the city folding,
Mm-hmm.
you know, the Penrose steps,
Yep.
all of that stuff is like he was having a lot of fun with that, which I
Mm-hmm.
love.
Yeah.
When
I love his like his awareness that, like you look at Escher drawings and stuff like that, and they're 2D drawings. That's why they work,
Mhm.
right? Um,
Right.
but I love his realization that, when I make a movie, I'm putting people into a 2D environment, so I can
Mhm.
make this stuff happen in this environment with people walking around and doing stuff, real people.
Yeah.
That's fun. That's really cool.
Uh-huh. Yeah, in the like behind the scenes on the DVD, the I think it was a couple of different guys just talking about like they had to like plug in numbers, like they had to use a computer to like work out mathematically how to
Uh-huh.
make the illusion work for the Penrose steps in 3D,
Yeah.
which was really fun.
Yeah.
You could see like the guys that were talking about the math like
Uh-huh.
geeking out. Like they were like, "This is my time to shine. I'm going to talk about math on a behind the
Yeah.
scenes
Uh,
thing." Um,
I that shot when Arthur is explaining it to Ariadne and the
mhm.
steps, and the camera move is so simple. The camera move is just, it just raises, just a
Right.
boom, lifting the camera up, which shows you what you were just looking at that you could have sworn was one thing, but it like
Mhm.
shifts the angle and you can see what it is. And
Yeah.
like I was watching that this time, just thinking about how difficult that would have been to set up for it to be
Yes.
as perfect as it is.
Yes.
Where then all you have to do is move the camera up to show, what's really going on. And like it's just a simple thing, like a simple visual, but that was
Mhm.
probably so incredibly complicated on set to
Oh
actually
yeah.
do that one little trick.
Yeah,
So cool.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other the other influence that comes up a lot with Nolan is Jorge Luis Borges or Borges. I'm
Yeah.
not exactly sure how to pronounce it,
Yeah.
but
Borges.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I've never read any of his stuff, but I'm really intrigued and I'm kind of feel motivated to read some of his short stories because like
Yeah.
he keeps coming up.
Yeah. I've read a
Have
few
you ever
there.
read any of it?
I have, yeah. I've read a few. A good friend of mine is a huge fan, and every now and then he'll be like, "You have to read this," and he'll like hand me his collection, and like maybe
Yeah,
read a couple. But yeah, they're great.
yeah.
It's mind bending and philosophical,
Hmm.
and kind of in the vein of like Kafka, like Kafka-esque kind of
Okay.
mind bending circular things going on,
Yeah.
but super super fun. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, though the one he referenced most here was called The Circular Ruins,
Mm.
which I pulled up. I found it where I could read it online. I just didn't get around to it. And it's not even that long.
Hmm.
So I might read that maybe later this week.
Yeah.
Finally get around to reading some.
Yeah.
But yeah, this movie, the making of this movie. So this was probably the most fun. A lot of his movies are fun to dig into, like the production
Yeah.
of how he did it. But this one was just so fun to read about all the ways he made like the movie magic happen.
Uh-huh.
Um, but I mean, this is too really his most like wide ranging film. Like
Mm-hmm.
they shot in 5 different cities, I
Mm.
think, around the world. It was 7. He spent as much time on this as he did shooting The Dark Knight.
Yeah. Huh.
Like over half a year, I think, shooting. But yeah, and then like you said, like he was very interested in. He's always interested in shooting on location,
Mm-hmm.
but for this case, he was very interested in making his dreams not like super surreal,
Mm-hmm.
which is the typical way that dreams are shown. Like
Yeah.
we kind of talked about that a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Like you think about
But
like the Dali sequences and like Spellbound and things like that.
mhm,
Like,
yeah,
we're
yeah, I
dreams are
watched that
weird
recently.
spaces. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Yeah, and it was strange. I watched it for we did a memory loss and manipulation draft
Mm-hmm.
for the Memento episode, and I watched caught up with Spellbound, and yeah,
Oh,
that
cool.
sequence is
It's fun,
wild.
right? Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's
wild and
it's really
fun.
fun.
Yeah, yeah. I
Um,
love that stuff. I love remembering that Salvador Dali was like a mid-century artist. Um,
yeah,
you know, I shouldn't forget that, but it's just cool, those little crossovers. But yeah,
yeah,
or
yeah.
or Lynch, like Mulholland Drive, and you think about what he does to show dream
Mhm.
imagery in his films, which there's a little bit more of a little bit more grounded in reality thing to what like Lynch will do, which is
Mhm.
kind of what makes it a little bit more disturbing when the weird
Yes.
stuff starts happening. Um,
Mhm.
but it's still like he gets a lot of it across in his editing
Yeah.
as much as anything else. Not so much in the production design like Hitchcock did in
Yeah.
Spellbound. Yeah.
And the sound, there's like I think of Twin Peaks,
Mm-hmm.
especially like once you start getting into like the kind of other world, and like the voices are like sound like they're running backwards and forwards at
Mm-hmm.
the same time.
Yeah.
Um, it- yeah, just wild. But
Yeah. But
but I
Nolan would never
love,
do that because
yeah,
he's way too much of a materialist to do anything like
yeah,
that. Yeah.
yeah. Now I think like just reading about the way he talks about dreams, I think this is how he dreams, I think.
Yeah. Probably is.
And yeah, that's, I listen to, there's a few podcasts that I kind of listen to. I like to, hear if they have any interesting thoughts that I didn't think of. And several of them had like, two people saying like, I do dream in that way. Well, I dream in a very surreal way. And so
Hmm.
like, there's even that like maybe part of like liking this movie depends on like, do you
Hmm.
think that, do you have like this subjective experience where you think dreams are surreal and no one's not
Hmm.
being true to dreams? Well, like, no, people do actually dream in a very like real, um,
Huh.
real way, like happens kind of in
Interesting.
this movie.
Huh.
Um, I mean, just even thinking about like the lucid, him talking about those lucid dreams, and like he would be on a beach and like be aware of like all the sand. It's like he's
Yeah.
actually like dreaming of something real in his dream space and
Yeah.
being aware of it, and
Hmm.
um that, and then he was even like becoming aware of, I am like creating and perceiving at the same time, which they kind
Mm-hmm.
of talk about in the movie.
Yeah.
um which is an interesting
Which is true, I
just
suppose. Yeah.
concept. It's true, and it's also, I think it's true not just in dreams too.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's kind of how we live. We perceive and create at the same time. Like,
Mm-hmm.
even just like, thinking about like philosophy 101 is
Yeah.
like thinking about, you know, um, is this tree real, or is it a projection of my mind? You're like perceiving and creating the idea of the
Mm-hmm.
tree at the same time. Um,
Yeah.
so yeah, I mean, these are all things, and that's one of the things that Nolan has talked about, is like, I like to sneak these really interesting philosophical ideas that I like to think about that most people don't into my movies, to kind of
Yeah.
force like everyday people to think about these strange things that I like to think
Uh,
about, which I love.
yeah. Good for
Uh,
him.
yeah. Oh man. But yeah, so this, talking about like shooting in camera, this probably has the most CGI out of all of his films, I would guess.
Mm-hmm.
And but it still uses like in camera shots as the foundation.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever you're seeing, so the scene that comes to mind that is easiest to like think about is like when everything starts exploding,
Yeah.
when
When
Ariadne
she
realizes like,
in
oh,
a
we're in
dream.
a dream in Paris.
Mm-hmm.
All that starts exploding. Well, they actually like used air cannons to like blow stuff past them.
Mm-hmm.
and they had the digital artists like come in on that foundational like real footage of them sitting with stuff blasting around them and add all the extra like stuff in.
Yeah.
And so I think I heard somewhere or read somewhere that the standard today is like 2000 plus digitally like CGI scenes, like
Okay.
digital FX shots
Uh-huh.
is like 2000 plus is like kind of the standard for a movie like this today.
Okay.
And this film had like 500, like right
Okay.
around
Wow.
500.
Yeah.
So it's really like, even still like by the standards is still like really low.
It's like digital augmentation. Like,
Yeah.
like I love the series Better Call Saul. And have you watched Better Call Saul?
I've watched a couple seasons of it.
I
It's
just
been a
love it,
while.
and always buy the Blu-rays, and I love watching all the behind the scenes stuff, listen to all the commentary tracks for every episode, just because it's one of those shows that like the people working on it had nothing to prove. Like they'd already proven everything with Breaking Bad, so they had nothing to
Yeah.
prove. So they got to make this show that was just everything they ever wanted to do, and they had the greatest time just doing whatever they wanted and doing it well, doing it excellent, and just having fun with it. And so like the commentary is super fun to listen to. And one of the things you learn is how often there is digital augmentation to what's on the screen. And it's never like an explosion that's all CGI or
Right.
whole green screen things like what happens in a lot of movies nowadays or whatever. It's just like, okay, we shot this and then we made that sign say a certain thing. So that sign that you're looking at that's digital. Or we had this car roll over 2 or 3 times. That really happened. And we fixed this thing here where the tire didn't do what we wanted it to do. So it's just like a little bit of an augmentation to what you're seeing, not full on created animation, basically.
Yeah.
And that's what Nolan does.
Exactly.
Digital augmentation. Yeah.
Yeah. And it worked out. So Nathan Crowley is his normal production designer up to this point. But he was working on something else. I don't remember what, but Guy Dias was kind of a up and coming guy at this point, and like got connected to Nolan and actually listened to have you ever listened to the podcast that the Deakins, Roger Deakins and his brother do?
Yeah, I've heard about it, but I've never listened to it.
It's really interesting. I've only listened to a few episodes, but I listened to, they had this Guy DS on, and it was fun to hear him talk about working with Nolan on Inception, and but he had like they had kind of like kindred spirits in like that idea of like having in camera being the foundation and then adding in. So he worked really hard on coming up with stuff like the air cannons for the explosions, and even like they used similar air cannons for like the water coming in the opening sequence in the Saito's castle. They actually like blew like thousands of gallons of water through air cannons, like through the windows. So they were trying to think like, how can we make this different than the typical thing you would do is just have a big dumpster container full of water and just open it and let it flood in. They were like, what can we do where we can actually have the actor stand in the scene and film it real in camera? And that was kind of what they came up with, like shoot it through the windows.
So smart. It also works with what's happening to Cobb in that moment as he's dropped into the pool, because you would think of the water splashing over him, and it splashes over Big inside. It works both ways. That's cool.
It's one of those visual things that like people, I don't know why, complain about in this movie. Show us visually, and he's like, well, I am,
so much.
But I also liked that Saito's Castle. Diaz talked about how something that he kind of brought was he had spent a lot of time in Japan when he was starting off his career, and so a lot of that architecture, bringing that kind of like old castle like Japanese castle with modern like lighting and stuff in it.
Hmm.
As stuff he kind of brought that he had seen in Japan.
Hmm.
And I love that, like the way Nolan works with like his production designers and, you know, Hans Zimmer, which we'll talk about. But it's very like, you know, Nolan has his ideas, but when someone has an idea that's going to enhance his idea, he's all for it. Like Diaz said, you know, I think at first he had more of a Scottish looking thing that he was going for. And Diaz was like, well, this guy's, you know, Japanese. Like, I have these ideas. And Nolan's like, well, show me, you know, show me what it would look like. And he drew it out, and he was like, yeah, I like it. Let's do it.
That's cool.
Yeah. So, you know, something that I've appreciated with the West series that I did, and then this Nolan series, is just like learning about how these filmmakers kind of build these like little small communities of artists and like grow with one another in their work. And that's just like a really small example of that, of like two people kind of growing in their work and coming together to make something really cool.
Yeah, it is cool.
But yeah, and just the way the camera works in this too is all real. Like when the earthquake happens, like you can see, I think you can see a little bit of like B-roll footage of like making of stuff. But Nolan talks about how he had Wally Pfister, his DP, like physically like shaking the camera himself for the earthquake shots. And so like even that's like not digitally done. He's like literally shaking the camera, which I love. But yeah, I think some of my favorite, one of my favorite, like, I did this for real things was the train and the first level dream. Once we start getting into the heist. So that train was built with like plywood and plastic molds on a semi truck chassis.
They could drive it through.
And they literally just drove that through those cars and stuff. Had to figure out a way that it could like hit the cars and not break.
Nolan, man, that's the thing that like kind of, I don't know how it's endearing. I'll say that it's endearing about Nolan is that like other filmmakers would use miniatures. You know, if they want to do it real, they'll use miniatures. And Nolan's like, nah, not doing miniatures. Like, we're going to drive through real cars. We're going to flip a real semi-truck. We're going to drive an airplane into a hangar. You know, like, he doesn't...
I have $160 million. Why would I do a miniature?
Why would I do that? I know. Cracks me up. I've been working on the Cameron book lately, and I was watching special features on Terminator 2, and on Terminator, first Terminator. And there's a scene in there where a tanker truck blows up. And I've watched Terminator so many times, and I always assumed it's a real tanker truck because it looks incredibly real. And then I watch a special feature, and it's like a miniature that they did, and it's like such an astoundingly good miniature, you know. And I was watching that, talking about Nolan too, and I was like, Nolan, come on, Nolan would just blow up a tanker truck, you know?
Yeah,
like he just doesn't think. He doesn't think that way. That people like Cameron think, which I love.
Yeah,
it's great.
He even like had the visual, I guess, insight, probably like along with like the production designer and whatnot, to think about like, oh, but there's no rails. Okay, well, we'll just like grate into the asphalt to make it look like it's been like driving
going
through the
on
asphalt.
It's so good. That's so good.
And just
so good.
The visual of that is just great.
It's so good. And like in an era where we know so much is fake, you know, that it's so much that we watch as CGI, and like it doesn't have, even if it's really well done CGI, we know it's CGI. And so I think like in that context, Nolan's insistence on doing it for real contributes to his reputation and why we enjoy watching his movies so much, you know, like, and why his movies are so popular. Because you know, when you go see a Nolan thing, even if it's something like Interstellar, which is all kinds of out there, you know,
Mhm.
you're still going to see something real.
Yeah.
On some level, you're watching something real and not just something that is made in a computer. Not just really good
Mhm.
animation, you know.
Yeah.
Like Nolan wouldn't have worked in another era the same way.
Right.
Because like you can watch David Lean movies, and David Lean's doing it for real because you have to do it for real. Like, you
Right.
know, there's not computers to make your armies, to make your armies in Lawrence of Arabia. You just shoot in the desert and you have an army there. You know, and you just
Yeah.
dancing on a train. That's what you do. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, Nolan's classic like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always think about that scene in Lawrence of Arabia where the guy's coming over like from the horizon on the
Mm-hmm.
horse, and you
Yeah.
just sit there and watch him
Yeah.
come, and it's
Mm-hmm.
like he's literally just like riding a horse from a long way off
Uh-huh. Yeah, let's go
and
watch
running the
it.
film.
Yep.
Yeah. um, but
Another
yeah,
great British filmmaker. Another great British
oh yeah,
filmmaker.
for sure. Yeah, I love that, and I love the other thing I loved from that first level was which this kind of gets into like the idea of time that Nolan
Mm-hmm.
deals with, which is the van falling
Mm-hmm.
that is going to be
The kick.
the kick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you saved me. I was blanking. Yeah, the kick. And so, they shot. So one of the things that is like kind of interesting and backwards is when you want things to look really slow, you actually shoot it faster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's like I guess a meta filmmaking thing of like playing with time. Like,
Mm-hmm.
so he shoots this in like, I think it's like 1,000 to 2,000 frames per second, this van
Mm-hmm.
falling sequence, and that shooting it faster makes it look slow. Like
Yeah. Because then when you play
run
this
that.
film back at normal speed, you have all these frames that you end
Yep.
up running across the lens. So
Mm-hmm.
it extends the amount of time that you're watching that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is a fun, I guess, like, it's not something you're thinking about watching it, but it's something that is a fun thing to like think about when
Mm-hmm.
you're thinking about like, how did he do that after you watch it?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it's like time is sped up. The literal like film is sped up, but
Mm-hmm.
then like when you play it at normal speed, it's slowed down, which kind of plays into the way time works in the different levels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And really fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, the we can talk about too the centrifuge that he made. He constructed all that hotel stuff in the same air hangar that he made the Gotham City block in for Batman Begins.
Uh-huh.
Which I think was like the slums area. But so he went back there and made this hotel and centrifuge and like the hotel bar that like shifts on on some pistons and that. But the centrifuge is like the thing, which they made two different ones. So the one is horizontal, and then there's another one that's vertical.
Okay.
And so the vertical one is where you start getting like the zero gravity fighting sequence, because they're just hanging from cables.
Right. Yeah.
And what I love about that is like how visceral it is.
Oh yeah.
Like, so you think about like the Matrix, like everything is so like clean and choreographed, and like the way they move is like dancing. And this fight sequence in this zero gravity is like, it's like they're clumsy, like it's rough.
It's exactly how it would be if suddenly I found myself in that situation.
Yes.
Wouldn't be flying around like Trinity. I'd be
maybe a little better, but
scrapping like Arthur.
But yeah,
I think that sequence, that part of the movie, is when the first time I watched this in the theater. I think we were about there where I found myself like getting up out of my seat because I was just like so excited about what I was watching. And I remember thinking, I thought for a moment, this is the greatest film I have ever seen in my life. Like I had that thought. And then I think this is typical of like what Nolan invites you to do. I thought that, and then I sat back down and I sat back and I thought, wait a minute, that can't be true. Why do I think that? Like, why am I
Yeah.
thinking that right now? And like, there's something about Nolan that like we were talking about, like he wants you to realize you're watching a movie, and he like even that sequence with where they roll and it, all that happens at the end of it. Yusuf turns and says, "Did you see that?" You know, like to the people in the back seat, which is kind of a joke, but he's kind of saying it to us, like,
Yeah.
you know, can you believe you just saw what you just saw? You know,
Yeah.
and like I think that aspect of what Nolan does made me sit back down in my seat in that moment and go like, okay, wait a minute. Why did I think that? What is going on here? And then I
Yeah.
started to analyze and understand the way the film was constructed, which may have taken me out of that visceral moment of like almost standing up in the theater thinking I was seeing the greatest film I'd ever seen in my entire life. But it also made me really appreciate like
Yeah.
the intricacy of how this thing was put together and
Yes.
kind of be more even another level of amazed by what I was watching.
Yes.
It's so good.
Yeah, and it's fun. Like I had written down a quote from the special effects supervisor, Chris Corbold, who's worked with him before, and his quote was that Nolan is a brilliant engineer artist.
Yeah.
So like I mean, you just think about like he didn't build this thing obviously, but he had the vision for it and how it would work.
Yeah.
Like having this rotating
Mm-hmm.
hallway and the camera
what
on
he
a
could
gimbal.
and what he could film in it, you know, like what it would look
Yeah,
like in the movie if
yeah,
they could build that thing and make it work. Yeah.
right. To be able to like envision that and even envision like this is possibly how we can pull it off. Let's try to build it and see if it'll work.
Yeah.
It's just like it's just so cool, and it is like thinking about that is like how he did it is like almost just as fun as watching it. Which I think guys like Nolan would appreciate that, you know, people are just as excited about how he did it as much as like what came out on screen.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah. But the you know, the third level, so the fun thing about the third level, which I learned on that Team Deacons, I think is the name of the podcast,
Yeah, that's
with Guy Dias, is they're like, oh, let's build a fortress there. I think it was in Calgary, like a ski resort outside of Calgary, Canada. They did that, and so they're talking. They're all there, the whole team. Nolan's there. They have the park rangers there, or whatever, and yeah, they're like, yeah, we can build it here. And then so Nolan and whoever gets on their helicopter and goes off, and you know, they start like walking, and the ranger told him something like, you know, you can't build a foundation here, and you can't do this, and you can't cut down these trees, and you can't do that. And he's like, well, why didn't you tell me that while he was still here? And so what he actually ended up doing was he ended up digging out dirt, and he didn't tell, like, I think he said like that Nolan and the actors and stuff weren't aware when they were actually like acting and working on the set, on this you know, big set that they built. He put water in these holes and like, you know, I guess put the posts for the foundation in this water and waited for it to freeze.
Oh,
And
like
literally just
cement.
used he just used ice as the foundation. And he had like run it past like the I guess the park people, and be like, hey, what if I just use ice so that it melts away, there's no damage done to the, you know, to the earth or whatever. It's like such a cool thing.
That's
Which
terrifying.
which if those actors would have known, maybe they would have been like, I'm not getting up on that thing.
I know. I'm not going to go stand on your ice fortress up in the mountains in Calgary. I don't think so.
But
I think we can go back and do this in CGI.
Yeah, and it is literally an ice fortress.
Yeah.
But
Wow.
yeah, I mean, to build that set, like obviously the insides of it were like on a studio,
yeah.
But the outside of it, to build that thing, to come up with, obviously Nolan isn't the one that did the ice, but his team did, and
he wanted his
production designer
fortress.
his production designer was so bent on pleasing him as a director that he built it on ice.
That's the job, that's the job.
Yep. Then they blew it up.
He got his Bond fortress. So.
Yes. And blew it up, literally.
Yeah.
I wrote down from a book that I was reading. I think they used 40 sticks of dynamite and 80 barrels of gasoline to blow up this set. Which
I could have done it with half as much.
Yeah, which is fun, but remember, you got to stretch that budget. You have $160 million, so
that's right.
Instead of 20 sticks, we're going to get 40 sticks of dynamite. Yeah, the music is the other just fantastic thing about this movie. This is his first time working solo with Hans Zimmer. So in the
Thomas
Batman
Newman also
movies,
did part of the Batman movies. Yeah.
What'd you say? Sorry.
Thomas Newman also did part of the score for Batman.
It wasn't Thomas Newman. It was James Newton Howard, I think.
James Newton Howard. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
He worked with Zimmer on Batman Begins and Dark Knight.
Yeah. So they used but James Newton Howard did all the themes and stuff that got carried through to the Dark Knight.
Yeah. The very swelly, more emotional sounding stuff was him.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and then this is really Nolan's first time working solo with Hans Zimmer. Nolan is one of those guys that doesn't like to work with temp music, and so he pulls Zimmer in from the beginning. And one of the things he talked about was when he started working with Zimmer towards the beginning of getting this movie made. He didn't really show him the film. He didn't show him anything. He would bring him in, show him a little bit of the production. He had the script, and so he wanted Zimmer to make this off of the feeling of the movie. And then very obviously he's using the Edith Piaf song,
right?
Non je ne regrette rien, which is probably a bit terrible pronunciation. But yeah, as part of what Zimmer does is he takes those some of those notes from that song and slows them down and has bass trombones and tubas play it, and so that's where you get the famous boings from. It's just that slowed down, playing with time Edith Piaf song, which is so fun and interesting.
Is the Inception Boim button website still active? Do you know?
I don't know.
Do you remember it? Do you remember the Inception Boim website?
I don't think I was aware of that. There was a website dedicated to it.
There's a web page you could go to. It was called boim.com or something like that.
Yeah.
Click a button and hear the sound. That's what it was.
That's great.
I didn't know if it's still available. I'm looking this up right now.
Yeah. You look it up, and we'll maybe I can in post I can add in a Boim for us right there. But yeah, I just love what Zimmer did with this film, and Nolan talks about how he played him the track Time, that kind of plays over that last sequence over the phone, and Nolan had him play it again, in the Nolan variations, it says that Nolan hung up the phone and he was with his editor Lee Smith, and he turned to him and said, "That was one of the most beautiful things I've ever heard."
That's great.
Just geeking out over what Zimmer had made. I mean, it's it is. I think it's rare for a score of a movie to become iconic alongside the movie.
Mm-hmm.
It happens. It happens rarely.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Happened with
I
John
mean, you
Williams a
obviously
lot,
have
and like nobody else.
yeah,
Like
you
John
have
Williams
John
all the
Williams
time.
stuff,
Yeah.
uh, and then really like not much else is
Mm-hmm.
like that.
Yeah.
Um,
And the
and
score
so
it's a character, and the score is almost a character in the film. It has like
it is.
it's a diegetic aspect to what's going on with the score.
Hmm.
It's part of the movie, which adds to
Yeah,
its importance. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. And
The
then
Inception
like
button
this.
still exists, by the way. Um,
Okay,
so the still a website you can go. You can push a red button and hear the sound. So
great. Good to know.
yeah,
Maybe I can put the link for that in the show notes.
yeah.
Uh, uh, yeah, I even love. This is like one of the few Nolan songs where there's like a pop song like in the
Mm-hmm.
movie.
Yeah, that's true.
Um, the Prestige had the Tom York song in the credits.
Mm-hmm.
But really, I think this is the first time there's like an actual pop song used.
Mm-hmm.
And it's what's interesting is like Marion Cotillard had just played
She
Edith
played Edith
Piaf
Piaf. Yep. Mm-hmm.
in La Vie en Rose, if I'm not
Yeah, Olivia
mistaken,
Rose. Yeah,
which I've never seen. But
it's pretty good. I mean, it's a biopic. It's fine.
yeah,
She's
yeah,
great in it. She really is great in it. Yeah.
yeah. It's just funny that like how that played out.
Mm-hmm.
That he cast her, and this movie is. I mean, this song really is. If you like look up the translation of it, really is a representation of Cobb's journey
Mm-hmm.
with his relationship with her and his guilt
Yeah.
like through the film.
Mm-hmm.
Like the translation is no, I regret nothing, but you look at the lyrics and it kind of talks about like being done with the past and being done with memories and
Mm-hmm.
starting over with nothing, letting go of those things to move on to the next,
Yeah.
which is like very representative. And Nolan said he had this song in mind for a long time. So
Hmm.
I guess it's just something that stuck with him that kind of fit with the that thematic element.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just fun to have that as like an audio cue
Mm-hmm.
of something that's happening along with the visual cues.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this movie, it released in 2010. Nolan does his summer releases.
Mm-hmm.
We've kind of talked about the opposing, critic reviews of this.
Yeah.
One thing though that I think was common with all the reviews is the wonder by the positive ones, and I guess the admission by the negative ones that it's technically like masterful.
Yeah.
It's kind of undeniable that what the things he's doing visually are like stunning and impressive and fun. Mm-hmm. And so I think that's something that even if you don't, and I think Nolan himself said, like, even if you don't like the film, he wants you to see the effort put into it, which I think does come across.
Yeah.
But yeah, it opened number one. I think it made 60 million its first weekend and went on to make over 800 million worldwide. And yeah, just yet another Nolan surprising success story. I don't know if you could say it was surprising at this point.
Yeah, kind of expect it to do well at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, but this was his first time like getting awards, a lot of awards recognition on the big scale too. It had 8 Academy nominations.
Yeah.
It won cinematography, sound mixing, sound editing, and visual effects. So it had Best Picture and Screenplay nomination, which those are the ones that Nolan would have, been like receiving in his name,
Mm-hmm.
and didn't win those. So I don't think Nolan, to this point still doesn't have any Oscar wins like in his name.
Mm-mm.
Um,
No, he
so
makes the kind of
we'll
movies
see if
that,
that changes
yeah,
this award season, but
yeah, you can almost expect that Oppenheimer will have a Best Picture, Best
yeah,
Director kind of nomination. And
yeah,
this is post Dark Knight, so they did that thing where they expanded the Best Picture field,
mm-hmm. They did,
so
yeah,
that movies like this, like Nolan's films, would
mm-hmm.
get nominated, even if
Right,
they don't expand the director field though, so you still only get 5 there.
yeah,
But really is the kind of movie that wins. He makes the kind of movies that win technical awards most of the time.
right,
But yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah. The we haven't talked a ton about the cast. What are who are your favorite like elements of this movie as far as like the cast goes?
I like this era in DiCaprio's career,
Mm-hmm.
where he has a string of movies where he's playing like
Yeah.
tortured men. You can look at you can look at Shutter Island and The
Mm-hmm.
Departed and this and Aviator. So like all three of those with Scorsese. This one
Yeah.
like there's a type he's playing right here where it's like
Mm-hmm.
a almost like a tortured genius or a tortured guy. I mean, Genius and
Yeah.
Departed
Gangs
probably
of
a
New York
stretch.
too.
Yeah, yeah,
Another
very
Scorsese.
tortured. And so I liked DiCaprio in that mode for a while. I also like that he got out of that
Mm-hmm.
and started doing other stuff too. But he works really well, I think. I I'm a I'm a I am in the bag for Marion Cotillard in anything she's in. So
Yeah.
she does a great job here playing that femme fatale,
Mm-hmm.
like literally fatale for some people in this movie,
Yeah.
kind of role. She's super good. Um,
Yeah.
and then the rest, everybody else, like I was thinking about this watching it again to talk about it. They're all really fun. All the other
Mm-hmm.
characters are really fun, and they're all, of course, playing types,
Yeah.
and doing it really well. That I could see other actors in those roles, and it'd be fine. But they do a really
Yeah.
good job for what they're doing.
Yeah,
Tom
for sure.
Hardy and I love the relationship between Arthur and oh, what's Tom Hardy's character's name?
Eames.
Eames, of course, Eames, designer,
Yeah.
of course it is. I love the relationship. Their relationship is really fun,
Yep.
and uh, they're fun together. It's fun to see Tom Hardy having fun. He
Yeah.
ends up in a lot of roles where he doesn't really have a lot of fun. It looks like he's having a lot of fun, so it's kind
Mm-hmm.
of fun for him to be kind of a smart alecky kind of guy in this, playing the actor or whatever. Yeah. What
Yeah.
about you? Do you enjoy the cast?
And
I think
we're
it's pretty good. Yeah.
yeah, I was gonna say where Tom Hardy in a role where you can actually like see his face is nice
Yeah.
too.
I know.
Um,
Yeah. 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 See his face.
but
He cracks
yeah,
jokes. It's fun to see him cracking jokes.
yeah,
Like I love that line about dream a little bigger. That's just like
uh-huh.
it's so fun, you know?
I dream a little bigger, darling.
Yeah.
Which what that's where like the rules of the movie are kind of like, well, how do exactly the rules of these dreams
I
work?
know.
Because
I know.
why do you have to have an architect if like everyone can create in
I know.
in the movie?
Yeah.
But it's one of those
Yeah.
things where
Whatever.
you're just like, whatever.
Yeah. He needed an architect because no one wanted to be an architect, and he worked as an
Hmm.
architect.
Yeah.
And you need
Hmm.
someone to design the levels, and they memorize them. They do memorize them when you're
Yeah.
going into their dream. They memorize what she's designed.
Yeah.
So
So maybe she's like maybe she hid this grenade launcher right there
maybe
for
so.
him.
Maybe so.
And he knew it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I think Tom Hardy's really fun. I think Joseph Gordon-Levitt is he's interesting in this because he's playing this very like exaggerated, like kind of suave. I don't know exactly what he's going for, but I like how yeah, he can't. So like, I love the way that I even like the way he interacts with DiCaprio because
Uh huh.
I think it represents like the producer director like
Exactly.
relationship.
He's a
Like
producer. Producers are
no, we
like,
can't do that. Impossible. And
yeah,
and the
figure it
Cobb
out.
is like, no, yeah, we can do it. I've done it before.
Yeah. Producers,
uh,
I love producers are like producers. There's a reason that producers accept Best Picture wins, right?
yeah,
Because producers are responsible for making sure everybody does their job
yeah,
and all the pieces they do all the work so that you can get to that moment where the director and the actors can work on set.
hmm
And so producers are like constantly exasperated, talking to everybody, getting everything lined up, everything scheduled, everything just right, so that the situation is there for that moment
yeah,
when the director and the actor need to
yeah.
work together.
Yeah, maybe that
Yeah.
parallels too with that second level dream, like
Mm-hmm.
the amount of detail that he has to figure out to get
Exactly.
them to experience the kick
The kick.
is
You know
way
what?
more than
It's
either
exactly
of
who
the
you
other
want.
ones.
That's right. It's the
Yeah,
only person you want in a situation is your producer because
yeah,
nobody else is going to
yeah,
figure out how to pull all the things around to make
yeah.
that work.
Oh yeah. You have Yusuf, he's just driving a van off a bridge.
I know.
Everyone else is just falling off of an exploding building, and
Uh,
he's having to like intricately like tie everyone together and
float him down the
cut
hallway.
elevator shaft cables and
Yeah. Yeah. He's the real hero. Producers are the real heroes. I think
yeah,
Nolan knows it.
yeah, maybe so. Uh, but yeah, I think so. DiCaprio is the one. So I will say Cotillard. I think she is pulling off maybe the best performance in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Just with the she doesn't have like a ton of screen time.
Yeah.
She's kind of like a pop in character. But the range of emotion and even the range of like um the range from like kind of pitiful and endearing to like even like scary that
Mm-hmm.
she's pulling off
Yeah.
is really impressive.
Mm-hmm.
She's doing so much, and it's
Mm-hmm.
not like one of those acting jobs where like you feel like, wow, this actor's doing too much.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
And
very appropriate and fitting for the role.
yeah, and I was thinking about realizing that she is playing a projection of Cobb's subconscious.
Yeah.
So
Hmm.
there are only a couple of shots in that movie where she's playing the actual Maul, and
Right.
it's in his memory when he's explaining when they're in the substrato, whatever it's called, and
Yeah.
he's explained to Ariadne what they did when they were there together. There's a couple of shots where it's actually
Hmm.
Maul, but the rest of the time she's a projection of his subconscious.
Right.
So he can be all like analytical and business oriented and whatever, but she's the part of him that he won't listen to, which is this
Yeah.
emotional, the guilt, the pity, all this stuff
All
that
of
is
that. Yeah.
actually driving him, that he like tries to push away so he can just get his job done,
Yeah.
But all that emotion always comes out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's what's impressive too is like she first shows up the first few times she shows up, she's this like menacing figure.
Mm-hmm.
That like you don't exactly know why she's there. You don't know what she's gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
And she kind of shows up and like messes everything up
Mm-hmm.
the first few times, but then like to take that and then like progressively like she has to like portray this progression of the way you look at her
Mm-hmm.
as a projection, as like a victim.
Mm-hmm.
She as like this projection of him is sort of a victim of his grief and of
Mm-hmm.
his like not willing his unwillingness to like to face the reality of the situation.
Mm-hmm.
And it does, I think it does culminate very well with her performance there,
Yeah.
in that kind of like climactic moment.
Mm-hmm.
DiCaprio is, I struggle with like if I'm all on board with DiCaprio in this particular movie. I think he's an amazing actor, and I think he's really good in this. But and there's moments where like he's really hitting it and like nailing it. But then there's other moments where I'm like, I don't know, like I think he's a little too something. I can't put my finger on it. So like the one of the things that stands out in my mind right now is like when he wakes up on the airplane, and he's like got this like this just like weird bewildered look on his face that like is like what exactly are you doing?
Yeah.
And it's kind of like this like and I'm like, surely like you've put things together by now. You don't have to keep the bewildered look on your face. Like it only takes a fraction of a moment to like piece together what just happened in your mind. And there's I think that's what it is. Maybe is there's moments where he holds an emotion for a little bit too long. But it's probably I'm probably just like overthinking and nitpicking. Because like at the end of the day, like it doesn't really like detract a whole lot from the film.
Yeah. Well, I think I think it's on the one. It's kind of on the one hand, it's kind of a hard role because he has repressed all the emotional side of himself. He doesn't really get to like DiCaprio doesn't get to express Cobb's emotions.
Yeah.
Only in a few little moments does he get to do that. The rest of the time, he has to play it cold. And there are probably moments when I think of like when they're in the first level of the dream, and Saito gets shot, and he's going to put him out of his misery, and he has to stop him real fast from shooting Saito because there's the reveal that you can't die now, which is we're not going to talk about that because it annoys me a little bit that they changed the rules on us after they've already told us the rules, but they need to have real stakes. I get it, whatever. But anyway, but he has to stop Eames from shooting Saito to wake him up because he won't, and he reacts a bit big right there, and it's like one of the only times he has a lot of emotion in the course of the actual like narrative of the plot narrative of what's going on. And so it was a little bit where his iciness kind of cracks a little bit. But the rest of the time, like he has to be so removed because he has repressed everything. I think it'd be hard to play that.
And maybe that is it.
Because DiCaprio can sometimes be really big. And this is a film where he's not really allowed to be big most of the time.
Yeah, and I think like that bigness like can be can pull you away from what you're supposed to be figuring out with a character that he's playing. But then like there's movies where it just like fits so well. Like I mean,
Wolf of Wall Street is one where like it's a huge outsized performance, but it's exactly what it needs to be.
Right. Or like Django Unchained, like his role in that is just like so outlandish and huge, and he plays those so well. Yeah.
Well, it's like Nolan's films don't really, for the most part, they're not really canvases for an actor to be big and be super emotional. I mean, the one exception is Interstellar, and Matthew McConaughey's character in Interstellar has scenes where he gets to have big emotions. And it's like, it's hard, like, if you don't know that movie exists and you only know the rest of Nolan's filmography, it would be a little bit hard to imagine McConaughey in a Nolan movie, because McConaughey is a very effusive actor, always. But it works in Interstellar because that's a character who has to feel and express big emotions. And it has to feel and express them early in the film, not just in the final moment of resolution. So most of Nolan's characters are kind of reserved.
And it's partly because of just the way Nolan writes. He's very interested in the narrative structure and the logic and the ideas being portrayed. Like even so, like in Memento, he kind of like talked about in interviews like Oh yeah, the emotional connection you have with Guy Pearce's character there
Leonard.
is all
Yeah.
Pierce. He
Yeah.
was like I was not like thinking about you emotionally connecting with that character when I wrote it, but when
Mm-hmm.
Pierce came on, like he really brought that out of the script.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. You
it's a
feel pity
similar
for
thing.
him. Yeah.
It is a similar thing here with Leo. He actually spent like months reworking on the script with Leo
Mm.
very closely. Like they were going through it, and Leo was like very adamant on
Yeah.
we have to like make sure we nail the emotional
Mm-hmm.
aspect of this.
Yeah.
And you know, Nolan kind of has readily admitted, like, yeah, I'm not that great at writing that.
Yeah.
And he relies on these actors that are so good at tapping into that
Mm-hmm.
um,
Yeah.
to like really bring that out.
He's an analytical filmmaker.
Yeah.
But he's also like there are big emotions in his movies, you know, and
Mm-hmm.
like a lot of them do end up hinging on something like love, you know, like
Yeah.
in the like capital L largest
Mm-hmm.
possible sense, love. Which is it's funny to call someone an analytical filmmaker when they make movies about how love transcends time. You know, like
Mm-hmm.
that's like rom com stuff.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
but like or you know, David Lean epic stuff, to mention David Lean again, you know, like that's big time emotion stuff. But it almost I think feels to me like a lot of times he like Nolan is so analytical that like when he wants to add emotion in, he has to reach for that big emotional kind of thing because that's an easier thing to reach for rather than nuanced,
Yeah.
like subtle
Mm-hmm.
emotions. You know, you don't get subtle emotions; you get like love transcends time.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, uh,
Yeah. Yeah. But so, I mean, in this movie, I think there are sections where like I think Leo is really like pulling off and bringing the emotion that's like I guess like suppressed deep within the script. He's like
mm-hmm,
bringing it out. Like the two times they're actually like on different like ends of the spectrum of like emotional acting.
mm-hmm.
One being, you know, when Mal does commit suicide
Kill
in
herself. Yeah.
his memory, like
Mm-hmm.
you
That's
know,
a big
his
moment.
reaction in that
Yeah.
moment is very like emotionally affecting. And
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's hard for it not to be, but you could easily an actor could mess that up by
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
overdoing it or underdoing it, and I think he really nails it.
Mm-hmm. It's
And
like
then this,
it's kind of to me. It reminds me of like it makes me think of like a man who is not emotional, but then something like that happens, and
mm-hmm,
like he's so unused to expressing his emotions, you
like
know. But like you have to express something in that moment, and so
yeah,
it comes out in a big messy way, you know,
yeah, yeah,
because
for sure,
he's naturally so held back. Yeah.
yeah. But the on the other end of the spectrum, at like the climax, it's a very like subtle
Mm-hmm.
expression of love
Yeah.
and um the 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 type of love that knows that you have to let go
Yeah.
of the past,
Mm-hmm.
um, you know, let go of a memory, let go of, you know, that projection.
Yeah.
And it's a very subtle performance. His interaction, you know, Cobb with Maul there of like, um, you know, talking
Yeah.
about the life that they did have together.
Mm-hmm.
I think he does that very well, which is saying a lot for Leo because he is known for his big performances, and that is
Yeah.
a very like subtle expression of
Mm-hmm.
emotion that he pulls off very well. So
Yeah.
um, yeah,
Hmm.
which we you know we can get into a little bit of that the emotional threads do the emotional threads in this movie work, because that is one of Nolan's big critiques is his movies lack emotion.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I honestly do think it's a fair critique. You know, he is, like we've been talking about, he is a very like calculated analytical filmmaker.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, I think in this movie, so like when I'm doing these movies a little out of, I'm doing these recordings a little out of order. in Nolan-esque fashion, I guess. And so the last one I recorded was The Prestige.
Mm-hmm.
And in your section on The Prestige and Transcending Time, you kind of brought out, I loved the way you kind of thought about Nolan as that analytical, intellectual filmmaker, and how he is. It's almost like it's a reaction, maybe a bit of an overcorrection of our society that is very interested in the emotional but not the intellectual,
Mm-hmm.
and how we really need to bring both of them together.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that that thought process applies in this movie too.
Yeah.
Bringing the head and the heart
Mm-hmm.
together. I think, but yeah, I don't know. What works emotionally for you in this movie, or not?
Yeah. I was thinking about this again, watching it this time. And like I said, I've
Mm-hmm.
been on a journey with this film as I've watched it many times over the years and gone
Yeah.
from thinking it's the greatest film I've ever seen for a moment, to still being like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. And then having a stretch where I was like, could really see the clockwork of it, and wasn't sure how I felt about the clockwork, like that I could see it so clearly. If
Yeah.
that like lessened the effectiveness of the film or whatever. And then
Mm-hmm.
kind of coming through that and really appreciating how, like, almost like you appreciated a timepiece, like, oh my gosh, someone made that,
Yeah.
like that someone hand tooled those gears and put
Yeah.
them all together and it works flawlessly. Like what an amazing construction that is. And like being able to appreciate the artistry in something that is so perfectly engineered,
Mm-hmm.
is, I think, um, it's valid. And I think the main emotional thing that's going on there is a worthwhile thing. It's a good thing, So it does ultimately work for me, and I think it at this point in my relationship with Inception, which will continue. Who knows where I'll
Yeah.
be in after I watch it a few more times the next 10 years. Right now, it works for me on that level of, as this whole thing is an allegory for movies and how movies work and the relationship between the artists and the film that they create and the people they make it with and the audience they make it for and all that
Mm-hmm.
kind of stuff. It really works for me on that level a lot. I like that idea that, like, he's the artist, or Nolan Cobb is dealing with stuff by making this heist, by going through
Yeah.
these dream levels, as by making this film that even maybe he's not entirely aware that he's has to deal with this stuff. Um,
Yes.
and but the process of making the thing helps him deal with something that he's not entirely aware he needs to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
And for the audience, I think that translates when it's done genuinely, as it is here. I think that translates to something like what happens for Fisher. Like
Yeah.
Fisher, the audience goes on this journey, and he has true catharsis and like a true moment of being able to, like, forgive his father, move on. There's some kind of almost reconciliation, healing in that relationship,
Yeah.
which, okay, it's based on a lie,
Mm-hmm.
maybe, that like his
Yeah.
dad wanted him to break the company up. That's not true, but I really like the reconciliation. I
Mm-hmm.
really like that Fisher is free from,
Right.
what his father did for him. They had that conversation about he should pay us for this. This is cheaper. This is better than therapy. Like he's
Yeah.
finding a way out of this. We're finding a way out of this for him, and that's a great thing. And I do think that movies can work that way for the audience. Like
Yeah.
we don't always, the same way that Nolan doesn't know the things he needs to deal with while he's writing this thing, and it's only after the fact that he realized what he was going through. Audience is the same way. Like we don't
Mm-hmm.
always know the things that we need to deal with, and occasionally a movie can come along where it does that for us. It helps us cathartically or spiritually or devotionally or prayerfully, whatever you want to say,
Yeah.
helps us like work through some things. And so, like
Right.
in that sense, that emotional core of the film, those like two side-by-side emotional things going on in the movie totally work for me because they seem complementary,
Yeah.
and are both very powerfully portrayed as well.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah. I was reading in the Nolan variations before just earlier this evening, and one of the little sections ends with this. It says, a man loses his wife, yet spends a lifetime with her. A son loses his father, but is also reconciled with him. And I thought that was such a succinct way to like encapsulate those two emotional like resolutions that you get. And it's like it's kind of, both are kind of paradoxical too, which is a kind of I guess a running idea through the movie is these paradoxes. But oftentimes I think that's how kind of emotions and the human experience with emotions kind of work. They're not necessarily explainable.
Yeah. We have to learn, and this is a common thread throughout Nolan's films too. Like, his films are all about epistemology. Like, how do we know what we know, and what does what we know or don't know? How does that affect who we are, what we do, or what our hope is for the future or not? Like, this is all what he's dealing with, but it's all rooted in that, like, what we know and don't know. And there is an element of, like, he seems to get that you can't know. Like, there may be two things that are true and are also contradict one another. And it's like living in that paradox, that tension. We have to learn to live in that if we're going to be able to forgive people that we've lost and we can't actually talk to them anymore. We are make peace that way with ourselves and with each other in the past.
And I so we didn't talk really about Cillian Murphy, but man, he, in the little so screen good. Time he gets, like, knocks it out of the park. I mean, he sells that moment in the with the pinwheel, like, I mean, that was, I think that in the whole movie, strangely, for some reason, is the part that, like, makes me like, like, this isn't a movie that makes me like well up with tears, kind of like Interstellar does. But that's the part that gets closest for me, I think, which is strange because you're not spending any time with this guy. And yet, like, when you get to this moment, like, it's emotional and it works, and you make the connection to the picture, and it is this moment, this like meta filmmaking moment of the payoff you can get as an audience member watching a film. And I think
also, it's so, like, his arc is so, that character's arc, Fisher's arc, is so genuine, like, and not gimmicky, for a very gimmicky film, gimmicky in the best possible way. It's not gimmicky. And, like, that moment when he pulls the pinwheel out, like, I think that works so well because you're not expecting that, like,
you're expecting him to see the will, and that be the emotion.
That's the thing we've been told that they have planted there for him to, like, make this decision. And instead he pulls the pinwheel out. And so that's a moment where they're in his own subconscious, like, it's his own self helping himself reconcile to his relationship with his father. Like, so it's very
he
genuine.
Found something something in the farce of this world they've created that they didn't even know to put in there, like, that they didn't even know to make explicit.
That's right.
And that's something that we do as viewers of films. We find things in these movies that the filmmaker has no idea is in there. And
totally
that's a beautiful thing. And that's something that, like, I like to think of movies as like mirrors. And I think of it in two senses. One is it's a mirror of the culture and society it comes out of, reflecting that, but also movies reflect you back to yourself. And part of the reason it does that is because it brings you into an experience where your kind of typical emotional barriers that you put up in everyday life are kind of like forgotten about. And so like it can dig into things about you that wouldn't normally come out just in your everyday life, because you've entered this kind of, non-reality experience.
Yeah.
And
One
so
might even
you
call it a
think
dream
like, I
state
can let
of
my
some
guard
kind.
down now.
Yeah.
But then the emotional or the ideas being explored in the movie can like pierce you in ways that don't happen outside of that art, which is
Yeah.
something beautiful about art in general. That it does. And when I was first thinking about that moment, I was like, man, is this like that idea of like, do the ends justify the means? Is this about like a lie that ends up working like for good? But then I started thinking about it in these terms, and I was like, no, that's not the point at all. The point is what a film can do for an audience member. Like what you're watching is essentially a lie.
It's all a lie.
It's just a made up story.
Yeah.
But
A lie that tells the truth.
yeah, but the truth emotionally that you can get out of it is real. So like, even if his father, that's not what his father wanted for him, the truth about himself that he needed to get out of that was found, which I think is beautiful.
Yeah. It's the truth that his father should have wanted for him.
Right.
It allows his father to be a better father than he was. And there's grace in that. Like, even if it can't be real, we can, have it in the fantasy. And
and sometimes truth is in a situation like that. Truth, thinking about it less in like what is the fact of the matter, and thinking about truth more like with a capital T. More like the a logos truth, or like what, thinking about it more in what should be. The real truth is not like the fact of the matter, but what should the world as it should have been.
Or you could say the world as it will be,
as
when
it will
all
be,
things are made right. And we reach that point where all things are reconciled.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that moment just works so well for me. And I think Cobb's emotional arc is really good. I think it's the moment where you see their hands, like their old hands, like
Old
holding
hands.
is a beautiful visual. And just, that idea of, I don't know, what it made me think of is like he didn't actually have a lifetime with her in reality, but the way that he knew her and was connected with her can feel like a lifetime. Like they had a lifetime together, like in the dream world, I guess you could say, in this movie, but connecting it back to like to us in real life that don't have limbo that we can go to. Even small moments are with someone where like love is shared is like a lifetime of moments. And I think that goes back to Nolan thinking about like all the missed lifetime of moments that he had missed with his family while he was making on the sets, making these movies. And so I think that aspect of Cobb's arc is probably the most like both interesting, like with my head thinking about it, and emotionally impactful at the same time. Which I think is important, and something that like maybe isn't appreciated enough about what Nolan's doing in his films.
I agree. That's good.
something we haven't talked about, I guess, as we're starting to like maybe get closer to wrapping up our talk on this is like the internet questions of like, what does the totem fall at the end or not? Is he in reality or dream? Has he been dreaming the whole
I know.
time?
Does the top fall over, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
no. And like obviously like the top is, you kind of find out that's not even like his totem,
Right. It's
um,
hers. Yeah.
which I think is a really cool visual, another example of a visual cue
Mm-hmm.
that's shown alongside the exposition, because he's
Yeah.
talking about like how he planted that idea in her mind,
Mm-hmm.
and you get the visual of the spinning top in her little dollhouse safe.
Yeah.
It just, I think that's really cool, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I don't know.
I think
The,
it's
the more
worth.
I see this movie, the less that question is interesting to me.
Yeah. I mean, it's worth. I'll always think when this conversation comes up about Inception, which it
Yeah.
always does, because it presents you with it right when it's over.
Yeah.
And
No one wants you to talk about it.
He
or
does.
He wouldn't
Yeah.
have ended the film that way.
Exactly. I think I always think it's worth remembering that it doesn't show you. You know, it doesn't give you an answer. And we can argue and go frame by frame. I've gone frame by frame to the ending to see how much that top's wobbling or not, and what that means. All that kind of stuff, and done that. But I think what it really, for me anyway, it gets back to that. What do you want to believe? Like, what do you want to think? Do you want to think this is all just a dream? Do you want to think this is that he really did get back to his kids? Because that says as much about you as anything else about you and what you hope for. And like,
right.
What do you think the movie hopes for? I think the movie wants him to get home.
Yeah.
I think the movie really wants him to get home. And
I don't think it's a tragedy.
Yeah. No, doesn't feel like a tragedy.
I think
it doesn't feel cynical at all.
Yeah. It doesn't. It feels like Cobb has like, it would feel like disingenuous for it to end with him still in a dream space, like not in reality, not really with his kids.
Yeah.
But I do think there is something to what you're saying of like, it ends without the answer, because like that's part of what he's doing with this movie is
that's Nolan, right?
Like the audience, you're the audience member. You've got to find what is your pinwheel in this movie, I guess, is the question. Do you want it to fall or not?
Yeah. For a filmmaker who is so concerned with how we ascertain reality, like he always comes back to, you can't know.
Yeah.
Like you can't know. So what are you going to do about it? How are you going to live in the tension of not knowing? And Inception gives you that perfectly,
Yeah. And he even says that him and Lee Smith spent like hours and hours going through frame by frame to find the exact frame they wanted to cut on.
It's so hard.
Which is, he said there was one version where it did the little wobble it did, and kept going, and then did another one. But they landed on just the one wobble, I think.
The one wobble.
But can you imagine two guys sitting there like going frame by frame of a top spinning, trying to decide, well, do we cut here or here?
I can imagine it, because that's filmmaking, right? That's like like that famous story about, speaking of Lawrence of Arabia, that the match cut, the literal match cut in Lawrence of Arabia. They they were working on that, and it wasn't supposed to be a hard cut. It was supposed to be a dissolve, but they hadn't done it yet, and it was just a cut. And they were watching the dailies. It was a hard cut, and David Lean saw it. And he said, "That's almost perfect. It's almost perfect." And then worked to find exactly the right moment. In that puff of air to cut like that. So of course they went frame by frame forever. That's what a filmmaker does. Is break down time into these little moments and find.
Yeah, and that's what Nolan's background goes back to is, when he was at University of London, uh, the story is that he found an old Steenbeck editing machine in the basement of the theater there on campus, and just like went to work, figuring out how to edit. So like he's very interested in that editing process, because that's where he started like learning about filmmaking, was on the editing machine, but yeah, it's always a fun question to ask. Like, I think Nolan is quoted saying like the point isn't whether or not the top falls, but that he's not looking at it anymore.
That's right. That's
which I think there's
for Cobb. He walks on past.
Yeah. But I think there's a version. I think there is a version of the movie where the camera goes with Cobb, so that you're no longer looking at the totem either. But that's not the version we have. We have this version. So
and that's not the Nolan who wants you to know you're watching a movie either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. There's that, and I think that's part of the point too. Is like, I think he probably says that knowing that like people are gonna hate that answer, because if you wanted that to be the answer, then why didn't you just follow Cobb outdo his kids? Like that's not the point either. The point is that you left the camera on the top to mess with us.
You have to. It's the same Nolan that has Yusuf turn around and say, "Did you just see that?" It's that same Nolan.
Yeah. There are other people too that have like went back and had the wedding ring totem theory. I'm sure you've heard that.
I've read that. I've read that before.
Which actually is fairly convincing. Like if you kind of pay attention to when he has his wedding ring on, it's always in a dream. And then I think at like customs, you can clearly see he doesn't have the ring on. So it's supposed to be an indicator of reality. And I can't remember if you see it in that last sequence or not.
You can't see his hand. You can't see his wedding ring hand during that last sequence. But it's also worth mentioning that there are 4 children who play the children, and they're 2 years apart in age. And so there is from the casting of the children, it's also suggested that time has passed and he's going home, not to the kids he left behind, but to the kids that are 2 years older.
Gotcha. I didn't even realize. I didn't even notice that.
So that's there too. But that's just us trying to impose some certainty on something that's not supposed to be certain. So just let it be uncertain. Live in the liminal space.
Because at the end of the day, like, how did we even get there in the house? Like,
that's right.
We don't even remember, just like a dream.
Yeah, I know. Just only we were there.
But if you get Transcending Time, you can read about all of Nolan's movies except Inception.
Except this one.
Because you have the excerpt for that in another book.
That's right. Inception is in Come and See. A Christian guide to the 250 greatest films of all time. So I decided that was so a little bit about that project. I wanted to know if I watch through film history, would I see evidence of God at work in how the art form develops over time. And so one thing I as part of that process, I took a bunch of lists of the greatest films of all time and I cross-referenced them and got a list of the consensus canon of the greatest, most influential films that have ever been made. Now, that meant that most of those movies in that list were not movies I chose. Pretty much everything up until about 1999, 2001, somewhere in there, were pretty well established. People say these are the movies that matter the most. But everything past that point, like the last 20 years or so, I had a little more leeway in what I included in the book. And then of course, there are lists of like the best films of the last 20 years, and I consulted all these lists or whatever. But I did have a little bit of my own choice in there. And I had to include Christopher Nolan because of all the things we've been talking about, how there aren't many filmmakers working at his level who've had his kind of success and all this kind of stuff for the last 20 years or so. And I had to decide which movie to include of his. and I decided to include Inception. So Inception is in Come and See, as kind of what I still think of as like the most Christopher Nolan movie of all his movies. The one that really gets at all the things he cares about to the nth degree. So yeah, I included it for that reason.
And since I didn't get to read the Inception, because I don't have the book yet, I need to get the book. I was going to leave it up to you on if you wanted to share a final thought that maybe like, if you want to like share something that from that excerpt, or maybe just like hint at something.
I can do that.
As our final thought for this film.
Sure. I can do that. So, well, you know about the little prayer things that I write at the end of things. Yeah. So that's all throughout Come and See too. These little, like the Transcending Time book, the Del Toro book, the Miyazaki book, they're kind of structured similar to how Come and See is. Come and See is 250 movies and it's not just one filmmaker. Right. So it's like a 400 or so word kind of written interaction with the film, and then a prayer, like a prayer of response. And the prayer is supposed to be like a model prayer, and it might not be necessarily what you would pray like after you watch the movie, but it's kind of like my devotional response and kind of like a model or whatever kind of idea. So there's one of those. I could read that. If you, would that be okay?
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah,
that would be great.
Cool. So I'll read that prayer here from the entry on Inception. So here we go. Movies are fun, Lord, and movies are also an opportunity to hear from you and deal with the complicated things bothering our spirits. May we be sensitive to your voice, willing to accept the difficult aspects of our lives, especially when we can't understand them. And may we be quick to forgive ourselves and others when we cannot respond graciously to our world. Help us to never forget that the people around us are carrying losses and longings they can hardly express. May we be gracious to each other always. Amen.
Yeah, amen. That's beautiful, and I think that is a fitting way to end our talk on this movie. That is so much dealing with the things that are deep within us that we're dealing with.
And how movies help us with that.
And movies helping us find those things and face them as Cobb does, but also like helping us build empathy with experience that we may not know personally, but can build empathy with and learn to have grace for others through. So I love that.
Good. I was, I knew that Inception was in the book. That's one of the reasons when you asked me if I wanted to come on, I was like, I want to talk about Inception because it's also not in the book, not in Transcending Time. And it is in Come and See. But so I've done something though. I might as well tell you about this now. So, so Come and See is a book that you can buy. It's also an email subscription. It's also deliverable as an email subscription. So I built a subscription that gives you one devotion from the series a week on Sunday mornings. And it starts at the beginning of film history and works through time. So you don't get into Inception for a long time. It's like number 229 in the book. So, you got to get like 5 years into this thing before you get to Inception. But knowing that we were going to be talking about it, and so I went in and built a version of the email subscription where if people who are listening to this go and subscribe, it'll send them Inception first, and then it'll flip back around and start at the beginning and work your way through. So if people are really interested in reading the Inception one, and I'll send it to you because you're already signed up, Eli. I'm
already signed up to that email service.
So you can't re-sign up. So I'll make sure you can read the Inception one. So they sign up to this thing. And they'll start with they'll get Inception immediately, and then beginning on Sunday mornings they'll get From the Beginning of Time, working their way through.
So, great. That's awesome. And I'll make sure that's in the show notes.
And I can tell people too. It'll be at elijahdavidson.com/establishing shot. You can just go there and you'll find the sign up for it. So.
Great. And that'll be in the show notes. So make sure you do that. I've been really enjoying these. So I don't have the book, and maybe it works two ways. I don't have the book partly because I was like, well, I'm going to sign up for the emails
Yeah.
and see how I like this thing.
Yeah.
But also like I'm enjoying it so much that now I'm like, okay, I've got to get the book at some point.
That's good.
So yeah, the marketing is working there for
Well,
sure.
it's funny. I wanted it to be a book because I got most excited about doing the email subscription, and I still
Yeah.
love that more actually because I think it's a great way to do this because
It is because
it's
then you have time to watch the films if you
that's
haven't
right.
seen it before, because you
Mm-hmm.
have a whole week
Mm-hmm.
before the next one comes around. If you have the book, it's kind of overwhelming.
Yeah.
Um,
Exactly.
but
It's like
yeah,
a
and I
more
actually have done that. There's been a few that I've caught up with because I'm like I read the excerpt for that week, and I was like, one of them was Metropolis. I
yeah.
hadn't caught up with Metropolis, and man, I loved it.
Oh, I'm so
Um,
glad. That makes me so
yeah,
happy to hear. Yeah.
yeah,
I like with all these things, I want people to watch movies because movies are great.
mm,
So that's great to hear. And I tried to write them. There's only a couple of cases in the book where they spoil anything.
yeah.
They're really not spoilery, so you can read them
They
before.
aren't. Yeah.
I do think if you read them again after you watch, they mean a little more. But
Yeah.
yeah, but I think
Yeah,
they work
I
before.
usually do both. So if there's one that there's been a few that I haven't seen. So like Metropolis, Battleship Potemkin was one that I
Mm.
watched, and I read the excerpt, then I watched it, and then I would go back and read. I mean, they take like a few
They're
minutes to
400
read.
words. Yeah, they're
Yeah,
short. They're very short.
yeah.
Like
So
yeah.
I highly recommend signing up for that. And it'll make you want to buy the book too.
Yeah.
So
Buy the book if you want to.
um,
I really like the email subscription better. I
yeah,
ended up like wanting it to be a book just because I wanted it to be on my shelf so that when my kids are older they can find it and see what I think
yeah.
about all these movies. But the book's
And
good too.
that is a reason I want the book, is because sometimes like I'm watching films uh, and I'm like, I wonder, like there's been a few that I'm like, I wonder if that's in Come and See, but like I
Yeah,
don't have the book, so I can't.
yeah.
And I'm right now doing a small group at my church called Faith and Film,
Oh,
that I'm
cool.
a concept that I came up with, and I'm kind of going through film. We only have like 7 or 8 meetings, so
Mm-hmm.
kind of just picking and choosing some big films in film history. And so
Yeah.
we're going to do Citizen Kane
Oh,
next, and I'm
awesome.
like, I'm almost positive that has to be in Coven C,
Oh
but
yeah, that's there for
but
sure.
I'm only on Frankenstein. I've
Yeah.
got a decade left before I get to Citizen Kane.
Yeah.
In film history, I'm not sure how long that works out to in Sundays, but
I wonder.
but
I
yeah,
can tell you.
um,
The book has the one thing the book has that the beyond the ability to choose your own, choose your own adventure, and go to whatever movie
mhm.
you want. It also has um, a section that has like suggested paths through cinema history.
Okay,
So it'll be like lists kind of broken out by theme, like
hmm,
kind of like larger spiritual themes that I kind of saw as I did this project.
very cool.
And some of those will be like, a list of like 20 movies, and some are a list of like 7 movies, it's just kind of
Yeah,
everything. So if the idea of 250 movies is still intimidating for people, there's like a kind of some even easier ways to like work through and jump around a little bit. So
yeah,
um, anyway, I like the book too, but I love the
yeah,
email subscription more. So it's free and anyone can do it.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, I guess just like moving back to like wrapping up our talk, where I'm not really sure, where does this movie lie for you in Nolan's filmography? Is it towards the top, middle, bottom? Where would you put this?
I probably have a list on Letterboxd that I've made for myself. Let's see what I did there. So I did include it in Come and See, so I must think it's like his
Right,
greatest film, right?
or at least
Um,
important in film
yeah, at
history.
least important. Yeah.
Yeah,
So there's like there's that way to answer the question. There's also just like a personal preference kind of way to answer the
right.
question.
I
Um,
like the subjective. I like the subjective answer, the
yeah.
personal answer, because I don't know. I like talking about um, the meaningless like rankings and ratings that really don't mean anything because they're so subjective.
Mm-hmm.
But they're fun to talk about.
So I don't think he's made a bad movie.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with that.
I don't. There's some filmmakers where they haven't made a bad movie, but there's still like tears to what they've done, kind of thing.
Sure.
And I don't really have a lot of tears with Nolan either. Like, I would say, following his first film, like, is definitely rougher around the edges than the rest of his movies, but there's nothing wrong with it. So if there's any tears, I'd probably put that one last. On my letterbox list, I have Inception at the top of the list. When I did this, I don't know when I made this list.
There you
go. but I gotta tell you, like I'm kind of obsessed with Tenet.
Okay.
I'm kind of obsessed with Tenet, and that has like, it's almost like someone incepted my mind somewhere down there, and it's like you're gonna puzzle over Tenet forever. And it's not that I find Tenet confusing. I know what goes on. I know the story of Tenet by now for sure, and yet I love puzzling over it. And I like the way it's put together. I like turning it on. I turn it on sometime in the afternoon or in the evening if my wife's not around, and just like have it on like music. Like it's not a musical film. Like that's not exactly the thing, but it's like something about the way it's put together, the rhythm of it, the rhythm of the story, and how the story moves along. And then when you get to the turn where he starts going backwards and he goes outside for the first time, and the way the puddle splashes before he steps into it, and the sound that's used to do that, and all that kind of stuff, like it does bend my mind a little bit, and I enjoy that quite a bit. And it's almost like I've been trying to think what to describe it as, what to liken it to, because it reminds me of something from my childhood. That like it's almost like you'd read magazines and they'd have like brain benders in them, kind of thing. And I would sit and read those brain benders, and like you can't reconcile the brain bender, right? Like that's the whole thing. Like it just is there to confuse you, and yet you keep looking at it and thinking about it because it's fun to feel that thing. And I feel like Tenet does that, like maybe better than any of his films. It does that. Like it maintains that Penrose step thing, when it doesn't work and it can't logically work, and yet it's so compelling to be in that thing. And because even a movie like Inception or Memento, like you can solve them. It's like a puzzle, but it's a solvable puzzle essentially.
Yeah, Inception really boils down to a pretty simple story.
It really is. Yeah, it really is very simple. Especially if you buy the fact that he's awake at the end, then it's incredibly simple what goes on in that movie. And Memento has a very straightforward thing, and it's a very depressing story when you realize what it's going through, like straightforward, But Tenet, I don't think ever like can't be exactly resolved in the same way, and I really like that about it. Interstellar has grown on me quite a bit. Quite a bit from when I first saw it, and I enjoy thinking about that movie. Once I cued into where Nolan's emotional register was, I enjoyed that movie a lot more. The Dark Knight means something to me because of the 9/11, the 9/11 imagery and stuff that goes on there, and how that fits into a post 9/11 world, and kind of all that. I mean, I was in high school when 9/11 happened, so like it's a very living thing in my brain all the time. And The Dark Knight and War of the Worlds are the two movies that like help me continue to process that moment in my life, so those four kind of like loom largest for me.
Gotcha.
Inception, Tenet, Interstellar, and The Dark Knight. And then I love his other movies too. Is that is a good answer? I don't know.
No, that's a really good answer. I love the way you've analyzed your ranking in a very Nolan way.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah.
Like answering without exactly answering,
Uh-huh.
but giving me enough to go off of.
Yeah.
Like I'm feeling the atmosphere of what you're saying, even
I
if you're
think
not
that
giving a straight answer.
yeah, I think that The Prestige and Dunkirk are like immaculately constructed movies,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
I admire them so much. Admire those movies so much. He should win Oscars for those movies if he's going to win Oscars for any of them. But they're a little
Hmm.
maybe they're a little too neat, and I like the shaggier movies a little bit more. They
Yeah,
get away
that's
from it a
fair.
little bit. Um, I I'm partial to The Dark Knight Rises. People don't like it, but they're
Yeah.
wrong. Um, it's it's a pretty good movie.
Yeah.
Way better than most superhero stuff that we get. So
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that too. Yeah, I agree. There's not any of his movies that I don't like. Inception is just I think the reason Inception, like, it's hard to like put far down the list of Nolan movies is just because of it just feels like the apex, like the culmination of
yeah,
who he is as a filmmaker. And
hmm
if you like Nolan at all, then Inception is towards the top. It's
hmm
it's just because of what he's doing in it,
yeah. And
visually. And
if you hate
yeah.
Nolan, you're really gonna hate Inception.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm.
because it's very Nolan.
Yes.
Yeah,
But yeah, so I have the Interstellar and Dunkirk are two that that kind of sit at the top for me. Interstellar, because it resonates with me emotionally so well,
mm.
which is kind of an anomaly in Nolan's filmography for me.
Yeah,
A lot of his movies, I understand. Like, so for instance, this one, I understand what it's doing emotionally in my
hmm
head, um, but it, but the way it's like written and constructed, it doesn't necessarily like I was talking about earlier, like really pierce deep into me.
hmm
And Interstellar does that for me
mm.
every time I watch it.
Mm.
Um, and Dunkirk is kind of the opposite end of sitting at the top in that, like, I don't think there is a such thing as a quote unquote perfect movie.
Yeah,
But it's one of those that's like constructed so perfectly that it
hmm
feels, it's like one of those movies that's like, if you're going to say a movie's a perfect movie, it's one of them, sort of
yeah,
thing.
yeah,
Just in the way it's constructed technically,
hmm
so precisely,
yeah,
which to me is just like a beautiful thing
hmm
that I just love to sit and experience.
yeah,
Um, but yeah, so Inception and Prestige sit like right under there as far
mm.
as, and they're similar because they're movies that I love what they're doing, and I even like understand what they're doing emotionally, but don't necessarily like pierce and
yeah,
pierce me the same way that like Interstellar does.
hmm
Um, but yeah, yeah, I really enjoy Nolan. This has been a fun series to go through, so I'm
yeah.
excited
That's
to
good.
finish it up.
Yeah,
But
I'm
yeah,
glad
we'll
you're enjoying going through it. I did when I did the Transcending Time book. That was the first little icon of cinema book that I did, and
Mhm.
I mean, I chose to do Nolan partially because I enjoy his movies. They're fun to watch, and they're fun to watch again. And so I knew I wouldn't have a bad time doing that. He's also a filmmaker who doesn't talk a lot about his movies
Yeah.
and like doesn't do a lot of commentary tracks and doesn't do a lot of interviews and all that kind of
Mhm.
stuff. So there wasn't a large body of research material I could really I could really do anything with, which made it easier to do the book.
Yeah.
So I didn't feel like I needed to do all that. There's a lot of extra research I even could do if I wanted to.
Mhm.
Um, but I did, like you were saying, like I did find it to be a really rewarding experience to look at him closely and think of him in context of each other and his career and
Yeah.
look for similarities and stuff. It was very useful. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
very good to do. It's a good way to. Some filmmakers it really works well to do that.
Oh yeah. For
Yeah.
sure. Yeah. Awesome. Well, We'll take a quick break here. Obviously, next week we'll be talking about The Dark Knight Rises to wrap up that Batman trilogy. But for now, we're going to cut away with the totem spinning, and you have to wait till next week to see what we have to say about The Dark Knight Rises. Again, really bad joke there for your enjoyment or not. But yeah, we'll take a quick break and we'll come back, talk a little bit of movie news, and spend some time doing our movie draft, which will be I'm really excited about. It'll be a fun one. So we'll be back in just a second. Hey everyone, thank you for joining us on the Establishing Shot today. We hope you're enjoying the episode so far, and we hope you will stick around for the segments we have coming up after this quick break. But during this break, I wanted to tell you how you can get more involved with the Establishing Shot podcast. There are several ways you can do this. The main way you can do it is by going to establishingshotpod.com, our website where you can find all sorts of information like episodes with the show notes on there, information about our guests for each episode. You can find reviews there, and there's a page where you can actually leave a review on the website if you want to. You can see all the platforms where the podcast is available, like Apple, Spotify, all the major podcast platforms, and even a link to our YouTube page where you can see a video version of the podcast. So please go to the website. And the place I want to highlight there is our donate page, which has information about our Establishing Shot family. This is a way that you can subscribe to the podcast to support all the efforts and the stuff that goes into making this podcast good and making it better than it even is now. We have different tiers that you can subscribe to, starting at $5. And what this will do is you'll be able to support the podcast, help me make it better, and also at the same time, you'll get early and ad-free episodes. You'll get access to our Discord server where you can join in and just kind of talking about movies with a community that loves film. And so we would love to have you in there. And then the higher up in the tiers you go, the more you get. Even things like chats and video chats that we'll do every once in a while where we get to talk about in more detail stuff that we're talking about on the podcast. So I hope you'll subscribe to that. Choose a tier that fits your budget, and I would love for you to support the podcast in that way. And the last thing I wanted to talk about is where you can find us on social media. You can find me personally on Twitter at @DEliPrice, and you can also follow me on Letterboxd. Letterboxd is kind of like a social media for movie reviews, so you can read my reviews there, and you can find me there at just Eli Price, no spaces or anything. So I'm on Twitter and Letterboxd. You can find the podcast on all the social platforms as well, such as Twitter at eShotPod, and then on Facebook and Instagram and TikTok at Establishing Shot Pod. So make sure to follow us so you don't miss anything. If you have any questions or comments about the episode or about the podcast, you can always email us at establishingshotpod@gmail.com. And the very last thing I want to do before you get back into the episode today is just ask you to please go to Spotify and Apple and leave some ratings and reviews. That really helps the visibility of the podcast and gets it in more people's podcast feeds. And so we hope you will do that for us, and we would greatly appreciate it. So I hope you enjoy the rest of the episode, and I will see you next time on the Establishing Shot podcast. Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm Eli Price here with Elijah Davidson, and we just had a great conversation on Inception. I hope you enjoyed that. But this is a big movie weekend. On the weekend this is releasing, Martin Scorsese's Killers of the Flower Moon is releasing. Of course, unless between here and now it gets pushed back,
which could happen.
It could very easily happen. So
I don't think it will.
We'll see.
I
hope not, because I'm really looking forward to it.
Me too.
Yeah. All right. So is this? So I'll say this: Scorsese is one of my favorite directors. It's funnily enough, he's one that I haven't seen all of his movies. Still, I still have a good handful to catch up with.
He has a lot of movies.
He has a lot as part of the reason. But
I haven't seen all his movies either. I think I'm 3 short shy right now of seeing all his films.
I have a few more than that I still need to see. But yeah, Killers of the Flower Moon. Is this? Have you been looking forward to this for years, like I have, ever since it was
announced?
Well,
I never really, I hardly ever believe a Scorsese movie is going to happen until it happens.
Sure,
because he's one of those filmmakers who always has like a bunch of projects you hear about he's going to make.
Mm-hmm.
And so when one finally does happen, then I'm like, yeah, I'm there. So it's like as soon as we saw that photo of Lily Gladstone and Leonardo DiCaprio sitting beside each other, the other famous one photo we had forever, I was like, okay, there's an actual movie happening. I can get excited now.
Or at least one frame of it.
That's right. I'll go watch that frame. If they project that frame in a theater for 2.5 hours, I'll go sit there and do that. If that's what Scorsese wants to do for me.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. I try to stay away from trailers, so I haven't seen like the first trailer. I did watch like the teaser that they originally put out, which is, really short, doesn't really tell you anything. And it's one of the best like teaser trailers I think I've ever seen.
I think I accidentally saw it. I avoid trailers too for any movie I know I'm going to see already. And I think I accidentally saw that in the theater before I saw Oppenheimer. I think they played it. And I think I couldn't avoid it. I was in a big theater for Oppenheimer. Often I'll do the put your fingers in your ears, close your eyes thing so you can't see or hear a trailer like that. But it was kind of an overwhelming experience there. So I think I saw a little bit there.
Yeah, it was a really impressive teaser. But yeah, I've been able to stay away from like the actual trailer. A lot of times teasers are pretty okay about not really telling you anything, just giving you some like visuals to get you excited. And
I don't want to know anything. I don't want to know anything at all about a movie that I'm excited about.
Exactly.
I want to know nothing. Yeah.
Like, I mean, I know like generally what it's about, because I mean, it's based on it's being adapted from a nonfiction book about a real story. And so like, you kind of generally know what it's about, but I don't want to know what exactly is going to go on. So, So, I mean, it's something that I'm really looking forward to.
I just hope we get a good theatrical release of it, not because of strike related things, but it's an Apple that's an Apple release, and I hope they put it in enough theaters for long enough that people can go see it. Like The Irishman, that was a Netflix release, and it was in theaters, barely.
Barely. I didn't watch it in theaters.
Yeah, I mean, I went to see it in a theater here in LA because it was playing at the Egyptian, and which Netflix bought, so they could premiere films every once in a while in there. But it was only there for like 2 weeks, so it was. I'm glad. I think Apple at least knows they have something that they can make a few $1 million off of by putting it in a theater. So why not do that? So hopefully it sticks around for a little bit of time.
Yeah, I hope it does too. I think this one has enough hype around it that I think it should get a good theatrical release.
I think so too.
The Irishman, I don't remember hearing like it didn't have as much hype around it as this did, which is a shame because I think Irishman is great. But
that's pre-pandemic world. The Irishman. Movies were a little different then. So
but Netflix release, Apple. There's been, I don't know, the whole like streaming and theatrical stuff is just I think it's a mess. I think no
It
one
is.
still has figured it out
Yeah.
exactly what to do.
I'm glad there are filmmakers like Scorsese who have enough notoriety that they're able to go in there and get their whatever millions of dollars they need to make the movies they want to make from these streamers.
Yeah.
I think they would want a little bit more theatrical release time and all that kind of stuff for their films as well. But
Yeah.
I'm glad Scorsese is making movies. He's like 82
Yeah.
years old. So
Yeah.
so getting ready to make movies, I'm all for that. So.
Yeah, and there are already rumors of more.
Yeah, of course. He's not going to stop. He'll drop dead on set.
Oh yeah.
That'll be a sad day.
It's just one of those things where like it's kind of a the studios aren't necessarily going to give Martin Scorsese the sort of budget that he would maybe want to work with, but these streaming services will.
Yep.
But then there's like the catch-22 of like, well, this is where I can get my budget, but also like, am I going to get the theatrical release that I would want? It's kind of like, well, which one am I willing to sacrifice? And it seems like a lot of them are sacrificing the theatrical release for the budget.
Yeah, they seem not to have much of an option. You know, there's no way to get money. So
but,
another movie that I'm looking forward to is Hitman, the latest Linkletter movie, and that got picked up by Netflix. Which means it'll barely be in theaters at all, and it'll just be on Netflix, and people won't know it's there. It'll just disappear, you know. And Linkletter is definitely like one of those filmmakers who is a bit more relaxed than Scorsese, and doesn't have quite the same cultural cachet. But you still want to watch his movies in the theater, you know, like going to see Boyhood in a theater when that was released. That's a big deal, you know. That was a real experience, and to maybe not be able to see his latest one in the theater, it's sad to me, you know. I want to have that moment, but
it's one of those things. It's like a love-hate thing, because there's a piece of me that's like, man, I want these in theaters and I want to see them in theaters. But there's also like, you know, we were talking about our kids, and it's like, I have a wife and a 4-year-old and a 9-month-old, and it's like, well, at the same time, it's kind of nice to have these movies streaming so I can still catch up with them and be a part of the cultural conversation when I can't make it to the theater.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
What I've done is, it's hard to get out, that's for sure. And like I have to prioritize that kind of thing, and make that happen. And I've decided that the movies I'm not wasting my time in the theater for are the superhero movies. That's going to come on a streaming service. I might have to wait a month or two, but I don't care. I'll wait.
It'll come to Disney Plus.
Yeah. I don't need to see that in a theater. I'll happily watch that at home. So, what they should do, see if I was in charge, put me in charge. You can pay me nothing, just put me in charge so I can make the world how I want it to be. I think Disney, speaking of Disney, I think Disney should release every Star Wars thing they do. Like first 2 episodes of Ahsoka, first 2 episodes of a new season of Mandalorian, all that. That should be a theatrical release. Where it's just money on the table that they're just like giving away. And you could go in, you could spend a couple hours in there watching the first 2 episodes of the thing, and then go home and watch on TV as it comes, build buzz for it, all that kind of stuff. Why don't they do that? You know, I mean, I love that.
And then they could also like re-release the original animated versions of the live action versions they're making, so that those of us that don't want to see the live action one can just go see the re-release of the better one.
Exactly. I want to see The Little Mermaid. I want to watch the original Little Mermaid in the theater, like I did, you know, when I was 4 years old. That's my second theatrical memory is going to see The Little Mermaid. My first theatrical memory is going to see Oliver and Company. I remember going to see Oliver and Company in the theater. And then I distinctly remember going to see Little Mermaid. I would love to do that again. Come on. Disney.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Take my money.
Yeah. You could take your kid, you know.
Exactly.
To see it like you did.
Yeah, absolutely. I would do that in a heartbeat.
I think a lot of parents would. I don't know why they don't do that. But I just feel like if you've got to make your live action remake, then at least release the other one too, so that
Yeah.
I can see the one that's better.
For real. I agree.
But yeah. So Killers of the Flower Moon is adapted from a nonfiction book, like we said, and so that's what we're gonna do for our movie draft. Um, so if you're ready, we can jump into our movie draft.
Okay, let's do it.
Movies adapted from nonfiction books, and there's a surprising number of these.
So many. Yeah.
There's a ton, and a ton of really good ones.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we'll draft. I think we decide on 7 each.
Okay.
Beforehand. I think that's what we said.
Okay. I'm excited about this. I'm a big nonfiction reader, so
okay.
I love. So I'm here for this. I even have a little list I'll share at the end of 5 nonfiction books I wish they would adapt as movies.
Okay.
So I got that ready to go too. So
ooh, that's fun.
I'm excited.
Yeah. Let's jump into it. So, if you're a first time listener and jumping in for this Inception episode, basically we're picking the best kickball team on the playground. But the options that we're picking from are movies from a specific category. So, we want to pick the best team, and you as the listener get to vote on social media on who you think had the better draft. And so that's I always enjoy seeing the results of those, and see what the people think. But yeah, I always give my guests, first time guests, the first pick. So I'll let you take the first pick here.
Okay. This gets tricky now. This is the one time I get to not worry about what you're going to pick and take off the plate for me.
Yep.
And so I got to know: do I want to pick the movie that is most important to me, that I want to make sure I have on my team? Like, do I pick my best friend?
Right.
Or do I pick the guy who's the best athlete who's going to help me win? Right.
Right.
That's the kickball thing that we got to solve here. So that's tricky. How would my friend feel if I didn't pick him first? That's what you do with your best friend in kickball. You pick your best friend first, because it's fun.
The
to be
relationship is more important,
than the winning.
Yeah,
winning's fun.
But winning is fun, and technically the movie doesn't love you back. So
that's true. And if you can rely on your opponent, who's also picking, to pick their best friend first, well, then you don't have to worry about. You can pick your best friend second. You can do both things you want. But I'm picking my best friend. That's what I decided in this cover. I'm picking my best friend to start with, and so I'm picking Apollo 13, which is based on the book Lost Moon by Jim Lovell. And Apollo 13 is one of those movies for me that is like, it's been part of my life for so long. I watch it very, very regularly. It always does something for me. We talked about like movies that help us like deal with stuff. I'm surprised by the number of times Apollo 13 has helped me deal with stuff in my life. Continues to do that. It is just one of those movies that means a ton to me. Also, it's really good, and it's like kind of popular to hate on Ron Howard, and he's made some bad movies.
Sure.
But Apollo 13 is not a bad movie. Apollo 13 is a great movie. And there's not like a false moment in that movie. The performances are fantastic. The structure is awesome. I mean, you know how that thing ends because it's history, and yet you're still holding your breath if they're going to get home or not. It is an immaculate piece of entertainment with good weight and all that kind of stuff. Apollo 13, my first pick. Come on, best friend. You're on my team. We may go down together, but we're going to have fun.
Yeah, I love that. So Apollo 13 is a movie I remember seeing as a kid, and I don't know that I've watched it since, like, again as an adult.
You gotta watch it.
I think that's one I need to revisit because I loved it as a kid.
It's amazing.
And I think I would still love it. I've always been a space lover. Just like anything dealing with space, like I love Interstellar. I love space sci-fi, Star Wars, but also like I love like reading like Stephen Hawking books about like space and the universe. Is just like super interesting to me. So yeah, I love that pick. You picked your best friend. I'll pick one of my best friends, and we already actually kind of talked about it in the movie news section. We talked about The Irishman, and I love The Irishman. I think it's right up there. The Irishman, Taxi Driver, and Silence, I think are my favorite, and maybe even King of Comedy are like my favorite Scorsese's. And so when The Irishman was when I knew it was coming out, I watched all of Nolan's gangster movies kind of. I think I watched them like in order that they came out, and I also watched all of his like collaborations with De Niro. And so by the time I got to The Irishman, like I was working off of like a history of Scorsese and De Niro, but also like Scorsese and gangster movies. And so The Irishman feels kind of like a deconstruction of all that work he had done with gangster movies in the past.
Yeah.
Because I think there's so like Goodfellas, for instance, there's a degree to which I think Goodfellas is showing you like the results of that sort of life, and it's supposed to make you not want to go down that road in a way. You know, obviously, like maybe not to like becoming a gangster degree, but just making those choices. But also like it glamorizes it so much that I'm like, it almost works against itself in some ways, because like it makes it look so good. And The Irishman kind of deconstructs that. And it's these older men that have lived this life of being gangsters, and Scorsese as an older director, dealing with, you know, a lifetime of filmmaking. And I just love those concepts that he's dealing with there, and thinking about those, and the way it ends is like kind of devastating, in a way, and but like in a way that I think is really beautifully done, but also like makes you think about the things that you should be thinking about at the end of a gangster movie. And so
maybe
I love
at
The
the end of
Irishman.
life.
It got I feel like it got a bad rap from like the CGI work, which I didn't think was like that terrible. I mean, it's not great, but
I love the CGI work in The Irishman because I think it's thematically appropriate.
Sure.
Because it is a movie about old men, and the fact that you can see the old man in the young man, that it, like, I don't think it's bad de-aging. I think it's the right kind of de-aging, and like they could have cast younger actors in those roles. You know, that would have been the typical way to do that. But if you do that, you lose vision of the old men in the young men, and like you would lose. I think what you're supposed to be thinking about is how all the regrets and guilt that weigh these men down when they're old, they're headed toward that when they're young. That is in them already. You know, it's that original sin, Catholic can't get away from sin thing that's already present in you when you're young. I think it's thematically perfect the way that the CGI works in that movie.
I love The Irishman. And I think part of the reason I love it is because the way I watched through those movies that led up to it and really probably helped elevate it. But yeah, adapted from, I didn't mention, the I Heard You Paint Houses is the name of the thing, which if you've seen the movie, you know what that means. Or if you've read the book, which I haven't. I haven't read a lot of the books, probably any of the books on this list, honestly.
So I thought about that with my draft. I thought about, should I only pick movies where I've read the book? I thought about that. And I almost do that with my list.
I don't know that I would have any movies to pick. There are very many. So
I will say that
I couldn't really do that.
I have found it to be really rewarding to read the books that the movies are based on, especially in nonfiction books. That's
Yeah.
been a really rewarding experience for me.
Cool.
Okay, moving to my next pick.
Yeah, you're up.
All right. So my next pick is going to be Mean Girls,
Love
which is
it.
based on Queen Bees and Wannabes. So not a book that tells the story in Mean Girls, but a book that takes that book and makes a story out of it. So
yeah,
absolutely love Mean Girls. One of those movies I can watch anytime, you know. And I also love. We'll see if I get to it or if you get it first. But I also love films based on nonfiction books where the book doesn't tell the story that's in the movie. You know, like I like this remove. I think it's really clever and neat screenwriting. So Mean Girls, and Mean Girls is one of those movies that's kind of perfect. You know, like it's exactly what it wants to be. It has no beats that are wrong for what it wants to be. Just a great, perfect movie. Mean Girls.
Yeah.
Pick number 2. Got a good team.
Yeah, that's a good one. I think that is like maybe a strong kicker, you know, for your kickball team.
It is. You want that mean girl on your team. That's what you want. Yeah, like people don't want to pick the girl, but there's always that one girl who's like better than all the guys. So that's Tina Fey. That's who that is. Mean Girls.
I took Mean Girls. We did a 2000s comedies draft, and I took Mean Girls in that.
Nice.
That was a strong piece of that team. So, I love Mean Girls. It's great. I love the idea of a book, a nonfiction book that just has these ideas and concepts that it's dealing with, and then taking that and like wrapping it into a story.
Yeah.
I would wonder if this were to be like nominated for its screenplay, which I doubt it ever would. Yeah, if it would be adapted or original, I'm not really sure.
Pretty sure it would have been adapted because
cool.
Usually there's like legal things about that, and it says based on Queen Bees and Wannabes in the credits. So
okay, there you go.
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah.
Sweet. Well, with my second pick, I'm gonna pick a very different good athlete for the team than Mean Girls. Probably on the opposite end of the spectrum, like film wise. I'm gonna go with Francis Ford Coppola's Apocalypse Now.
Nice.
Adapted from the story Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad, which is about I read it a long while ago. So this one I actually did read. It's was he a missionary, I believe?
I think that's right. Yeah.
And it was during colonization. He went to this village in Africa and set up. Basically, he made himself out to be a god, and when they found him, it was like intense what he was going through. But it's a great little book, but also Apocalypse Now, taking that story and then like just taking that story and putting it in Vietnam and putting a like demented Marlon Brando and like I watched Apocalypse Now. I can't remember, it wasn't that long ago, probably like a couple years ago. I watched it for the first time. Just kind of, you know, the past like probably 4 or 5 years, I've really been working on catching up with a lot of like important films that I didn't see, you know, growing up, and this was one of them. That, I mean, it's a haunting movie. Like those,
it is.
A lot of images from that movie are like burned into my brain. So just a really interesting way to adapt a book like Heart of Darkness, to put it in a completely different context and to tell it in such a there is a lot of surrealism in this movie,
For sure. Yeah.
So to take that and even make it even more surreal, just a really interesting way to adapt.
Yeah. If
that
you
work.
ever had the chance to see it in a theater, definitely try to do that. I had that chance a few years ago, and it was one of the most aesthetically affecting experiences of my life. Not so much the images. The images are amazing, but the sound, the sound design just completely blew my mind. And to be like completely enveloped and inundated by the sound design of that film was an amazing experience. So if you ever have the chance, don't miss it. I would say, like, of all the films I've seen in theaters that are like classic movies that I've had a chance to see, that's the one that was like, I would do that again in my heart. Like, it was just the best thing.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
I'll definitely will make sure to keep an eye. We do have like I can't remember what it's called. It's like flashback cinema, I think, at our local theater. So I got to see The Godfather in theaters.
Oh, fun!
A few years ago.
Experience too.
Yeah.
That's a movie you see in a theater and you like see things you never saw before.
Yeah.
Like character moments and like things you never saw before. Great experience. Okay, number 3.
Number 3.
All right. Okay, this is tough now because I'm just going to go for it. All right. I'm picking Seabiscuit. I'm going Seabiscuit.
Seabiscuit. All right.
Yeah, picking Seabiscuit. So the reason I'm picking Seabiscuit, movie's great. Love them. Super fun. Good movie. Good experience. One of the worst, speaking of movie theater, one of the worst experiences I've ever had in a movie theater was seeing Seabiscuit. We went like, it was like opening weekend, maybe the weekend after, packed theater. But we were sitting in kind of the middle of the theater, but there was this little girl sitting beside me, sitting by her friend, and she's seen the movie already. And so before anything happened, she would say, "Oh, this is the part where this happens. Oh, this is the part where this happens," throughout the entire film. Okay, it was absolutely horrible. And she was like 7 years old, so I'm not going to yell at her. It was just like a miserable thing. And that's not even all of it. There was also a guy that was sitting like down to the right on the side, and he answered his phone during the movie and started talking. And he was like, yeah, I'm in a movie. I'm seeing Seabiscuit. Yeah, it's pretty good. I think I like it. Yeah, about the horse. And like, he just like had a conversation about the movie, and it was absolutely horrendous.
That's terrible.
Even that happened, I still love the movie. And the reason I'm picking it for my team, besides the fact that I like it, is it's one of the best nonfiction books I've ever read. Laura Hildenbrand wrote the book, and it is so, so, so good. Like, it's kind of like the movie, if you remember, like, you get a little bit of history about what's going on at the time, and then you get Seabiscuit stuff, and it kind of cuts in and out of that kind of thing. It does that Ken Burns thing for some of the Ken Burns actually directed some of the documentary part of it, whatever. So it gets some of that, but the book is like that in the best possible way. Like, it reminds me of like a nonfiction Grapes of Wrath, because Grapes of Wrath does that. Like, it gives you like a chapter that's on in general during the Depression, and then a chapter on the Joad family, and back and forth. And it's like that, but about the real world. It's such a good book. And the movie's a really good adaptation of that book too. I watched Seabiscuit anytime. So Seabiscuit. That's my third pick.
Yeah, I can't remember. Honestly, I can't remember if I've seen Seabiscuit. I don't think I've seen it. So it wasn't on my list, but yeah, I'll definitely add it to the watch list now. Yeah. The ever increasing watch list that I wonder if I'll ever watch everything on.
You got a lot of life, There's always more good movies to see.
And they just keep putting them out.
They do.
Yeah. I have there's a few that I'm looking at that I'm like, man, I want. So like, I try to like diversify my list and not make them all these like important, heavy, like,
right.
Because like The Irishman and Apocalypse Now, very like hefty films. So I'm gonna take a little bit of a turn. There's some heavier parts of this, but most of it is just like pure fun. My wife is gonna love me for taking this and taking it this early, because it's not my favorite of a lot of them left. but I'm gonna go with The Sound of Music.
Nice, good choice.
It's technically adapted from a stage play that's adapted from a book, which I believe is like a memoir or autobiography of
Yeah.
Von Trapp
Mhm.
family.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it's a delightful movie
Yes,
to watch.
it's great. Yeah.
You know, my son hasn't seen it yet.
Mm.
He will, but he already like kind of knows some of the songs because we will like walk around the house humming them or whatever. So yeah, I'm excited to show him that.
Good choice. I grew up
Yeah,
watching that movie a lot. So my sister was obsessed with it. She was, I don't know, she was like 5 or 6 years old and would just watch it again and again and again and again and again and again all day long. So I've seen that movie. It's one of those movies I've seen more times than I could possibly ever count because I would just sit there and watch it with her because being movie crazy, I've always had that tendency.
yeah.
But good pick. Kind of music. Very good movie. Yeah. Edelweiss, little trivia for you. Edelweiss, written for the musical, not the actual national song of Austria or whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
Not an old song, written for the musical. So
Gotcha.
everyone assumes.
Yeah, it's a beautiful song. I have a vinyl of a record by Sarah Watkins, who is a bluegrass artist.
Yeah.
And she has an album that she wrote as like lullabies for her daughter.
Oh, nice.
And she has a cover of it's some originals and a lot of covers, and she has a cover of Edelweiss that's just beautiful
that's awesome.
on there.
Yeah.
So you can really I think it's called Under the Pepper Tree is the name of the album.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
We're going to see Nickel Creek here in a few weeks.
Okay, yeah.
So I'm super excited about that.
Yeah, that's exciting.
She's amazing. And my favorite line about Sarah Watkins, I read a review one time of one of their concerts, and the reviewer wrote he wasn't sure if he wanted to marry her or be her. After seeing the show, I've always liked that. That's awesome. Appropriate. Okay, I get to pick again now. Okay.
Yes.
So now we're at the point in the picking where do I want to balance out my team? Do I want to just pick my friends? You know, like what do you need to go for here?
It's hard.
So I've got Apollo 13, Mean Girls, and Seabiscuit. I'm liking my team so far. What's my team missing though? I feel like I need. I mean, Mean Girls is kind of scrappy. Mean Girls is scrappy. Apollo 13's crowd pleaser. Seabiscuit's crowd pleaser. Maybe I need to go prestige now. Maybe I need a prestige pick, or do I need? See, there's a movie I really want to get. I don't want to get Taken because I love it.
Go for it.
But I kind of need a prestige pick on my team. You know what? I got 2 prestige picks in my pocket. You can't take both of them with your next pick. So if you pick the one, I can pick the next one next time. So I can go and get the movie I really want now. I want Moneyball. I'm taking Moneyball. All right.
Good pick.
Moneyball is my next pick.
Here's the trick: is the funny thing about these is you don't necessarily know movies that the other person hasn't seen and couldn't pick, and that's one true. That I have a few friends that love this movie and like hound me all the time to see it, and I just haven't gotten around to seeing it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, good stuff. I was safe there with Moneyball. I love Moneyball. Moneyball, another one of those where the book is an adapted thing based on something that's not that story at all.
Mm-hmm.
But extra bit of that I find interesting about this. So it's the book is about sabermetrics, just the mathematical way of choosing the most efficient and advantageous way to win whatever it is that you're doing. Kind of appropriate for a movie draft, actually. That I would pick Moneyball. True. You don't pick the big name. You pick the people who get on base. Basically, like you optimize for what helps you win, not whatever else. So that's what the book is about. They actually did that on the Oakland Athletic baseball team. They actually used that strategy to revitalize their team. And so the movie is a nonfiction story based on a book that's not actually about that thing, but it is a nonfiction book. So it's also, I love Bennett Miller, and he hasn't made enough movies. And apparently his next thing is a Christmas Carol adaptation, which is weird to me because that's like not the kind of thing he does.
Yeah.
But love Moneyball. Think about it all the time. Watch it pretty regularly. It's one of those ones, kind of like Tenet, that I turn on like music because I just like living in its rhythm and living in its mood.
Yeah.
And yeah, Moneyball. That's my pick.
Yeah.
I'm
It's
not
definitely
gonna tell you
one
to
that
watch
I'll.
it because I don't want you to feel like somebody else is like telling you to watch a movie. But when you get to it, you'll enjoy it. It will
Yeah,
be safe.
yeah. It's one of the. It's so there's some movies that people are like, oh, you got to see this, and I'm like, well, since you keep bothering me about it, I'm not going to see
Mhm.
it. That's
Yeah,
not. This isn't one of them. I do actually want to see it. It's just
it's
again,
not gonna change your life, but
there's so many
um,
movies,
it's a
so many
really well
movies to
made
see.
movie. So really good movie.
Um,
If we still lived in a world where we all had cable television and just had cable TV on all the time, you would have
mhm,
seen Moneyball because it's the kind of movie that would have just been on cable,
yeah,
and like on TBS or something, and you would have picked
yeah.
it up in pieces over time. But we don't live in that world.
No, yeah, yeah. It just doesn't happen that way anymore, and I don't know that it ever will.
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe we'll come full circle eventually.
probably so.
Um, uh, yeah. This. So for my next pick, I'm gonna go with one that is absolutely like another heavy pick, and I guess you would say a prestige pick. That I caught up with a couple years ago. I can actually see when I did because I locked it. Yeah, in 2020, I caught up with this, and I'm gonna go with Spike Lee's Malcolm X.
Okay.
Um, I mean, Denzel is phenomenal in this, and like, I think it's appropriate for this draft being based on adapted from a nonfiction book, which it's adapted from, I think
Autobiography of
two
Malcolm X.
different, two
Yeah.
different autobiography memoirs
Mm-hmm.
by him. So I think like it's a great movie for this category for me personally because I grew up in the South,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't think it's a secret that uh, there's a higher concentration of racism, both personal and systemic, in the South. Not
Mm-hmm.
a secret. And so I grew up with the impression that Malcolm X was more villainous than
Mm-hmm.
anything else.
Mm-hmm. Kind of that
And
opposed to Martin Luther King thing. He was the violent
right,
one kind of
yeah,
thing.
like
Yeah.
Martin Luther King was the good one. Malcolm X was the bad one. Just very general, like nothing specific, just that general impression.
Mm-hmm.
And so like the older I got, obviously, like the more I can like think about the nuance of, well, maybe not, but watching this movie helped me like unpack that about Malcolm X and kind of deal with who he was and why he was who he was, why he made the choices he made,
Mm-hmm.
why he took the approach he did. And just like reckon with the, as true of a story as you can get from
Mm-hmm.
a film based on autobiography.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, just as far as like nonfiction adaptations, I think out of all the ones that I would have picked, this is the one that is like, it helped me like really reckon with some things that just misinformation
Mm.
um, that I grew up with.
Mm.
So yeah.
That's good. That's good. That's great. I'm gonna follow you up there with one that I had on my list here. That I think is a good match to that. And I'm gonna pick 12 Years a Slave. Which is based on the Solomon Northup's
Yeah.
account of his own life, and the autobiographical adaptation there, and yeah, for kind of similar reasons actually. Like I'm also from the South, and also have a uh, legacy of. I don't want to completely sell out my distant relatives, but
Sure.
there's so there's some good in there too, but there's also some bad.
Yeah.
Like there's definitely an uncle, a great uncle, great uncle, something like that. That after he died, they found Klan robes in his closet that they never knew were there, kind of thing. And Cellular Slave was one of those movies that it forced me to recognize where I was in that story. That I am. There's that thing with like we read the Bible and like we want to see ourselves as whoever the hero is in the story or whatever, and we often shouldn't. Like we often should see ourselves as whoever the sinner is in the story. And 12 Years a Slave was one of those where I had to like it would not let me see myself as the protagonist. I had to recognize that if I'm anyone in this movie, I'm the people that kept that man in slavery and did horrible things to him, and that my legacy is that side of things. And what do I do with that now? Now, obviously, we don't live there anymore, and it's not my family. Direct family didn't do that, and all that kind of stuff. But the legacy is there. Like my distant relatives back in the day, like there were two brothers that had two brothers who fought for the Confederacy, and had two of the brothers who fought for the North. They were in Tennessee, and they split sides. And after the war was over, they parted ways and never spoke to one another again. And half of them moved to Texas, and the other one stayed behind and lost track of that side of the family forever. So there's definitely racism like that in my family's past, and that movie, even when I still watch it, like makes me have to recognize that and reckon with that, and force me to, what am I going to do now? And it also challenges me Christianly, because I'm like, because like that movie turns on, he has a moment of faith in that film, where he learns the faith of the slaves, and then and sings with them, and it challenges me to like, these people have claim to Christ. Do I have any claim to Christ? Because people that like this, that's who Christ is for. How could Christ be for me? And if there's grace for me, if God has grace enough for me, then God has a lot of grace, like more grace than I can imagine. So I'll pick 12 Years a Slave. I'll follow up your Malcolm X with 12 Years a Slave.
It's a great pick. 12 Years a Slave is one that I saw in theaters. I went with one or two other people, and one of the most just like I don't want to say like incredible, but like visceral and like experiences I've ever had in a theater. I remember, I will never forget, the movie ended and the credits were rolling, and it's like everyone it was open, I think it was opening weekend, so it was a packed theater, and it was completely silent. And everyone got up and kind of filed out, completely silent. Everyone was walking, we all kind of floated to our cars, just like, and you could hear, there was even like in the parking lot, it was just like nothing, a murmur here and there, and I'll never forget that experience. Just an incredible movie as far as like the filmmaking goes, but the experience is hard. It's one of those it's one of those movies that I would say like it's one of the hardest movies you'll probably ever watch, but also maybe even at the same time one of the most important movies to watch. But yeah, and I had a similar experience too watching it. So really great pick. I struggle like to reckon with that. Like I haven't seen it since then, just because that experience is so burned in me. I'm like, I don't know if I need to experience that again. I probably do, but I like resist it,
Oh, it's understandable. A one timer, or make sure you set yourself up correctly before you do it. Watch it again.
Yes.
I get it.
I think I'm gonna take a turn a hard turn from these, and I'm gonna go with a director that he's become pretty controversial as of late. Not more in the sense of like, are his films good or not? And I'm gonna go with Adam McKay's The Big Short,
Okay.
which I really
Yeah.
like. I think
Mm-hmm.
it's a good movie. I think it's funny.
Mm-hmm.
I think it deals with the housing crisis in the book. It's adapted
Yeah.
that information in a very like, it's. I'll say this about Adam McKay. He's a director that's made movies like this that aren't really like great satire, um,
Mm-hmm.
but for
He winks a little too much for it to be good satire. Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
But for some reason with The Big Short, and I think maybe it's because of the acting,
Mm-hmm.
is I think is why it works in The Big Short.
Mm-hmm.
Just really good, and raises some good questions that we should have about you know the housing market and just like
Yeah.
loans and like our financial system in general. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, The Big
Okay.
Short.
Cool. I like that movie. That's a good movie. I've watched that movie a few times because it is, whatever else it is kind of an enjoyable tour through the horrors of all of that.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
and that may be a criticism of the movie as much as a praise of it, but it's good.
Yeah.
It's a really good, well
I
put together
agree.
movie.
I
I
agree,
think
but
it's
I
his
still
best film.
enjoy it.
Yeah, totally. Also, I should note. I want to note now that if there is an MVP actor so far of our draft, it's probably Brad Pitt, who is in
Yeah.
at least 3 of these films.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how many more he shows up in before we're all done.
I'm a Brad Pitt fan, so I'm okay with that.
Yeah, he's good. Yeah, I like Brad Pitt. Okay. I wasn't planning on picking 12 Years a Slave, so that threw me. I wasn't planning on that, so I'm glad I did. I'm glad that came up.
Yeah. Yeah.
But now I gotta readjust a little bit here. Okay, do I pick one of the greatest films of all time, or do I pick one of the most enjoyable nonfiction books I've ever read? But the movie's not that great, actually. This is a movie draft, not a nonfiction book draft.
That's true. You can honorable mention it.
I might honorable mention this one, although it's a really good nonfiction book. Okay, I'm gonna go.
Drum roll.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Lawrence of Arabia,
Okay.
based on T.E. Lawrence's memoir, Seven Pillars of
Mm-hmm.
Wisdom, about his time in the army. So I'm gonna go Lawrence of Arabia, and I'm gonna do it because it's one of the greatest films ever made.
Mm-hmm.
It's a movie that, kind of like Christopher Nolan's movies, the more I watch it, the more unsure I am about what I'm supposed to think about about Lawrence.
Yeah.
The more amazed I am at the filmmaking every time I watch it, and the acting, the performance is just incredible. Peter O'Toole in his first role, I mean,
Yeah.
just
He's
astounding,
incredible.
astounding. Yeah. It also features that great match cut, which is just like everything that is great about movies and great about artistry. So
Mm-hmm.
I haven't read the book, so I do feel bad by picking one that I haven't read the book. But so far, I've only picked movies where I've read the book. So
Oh wow. Okay.
I'm breaking my rule here so far.
I've only read one of mine, so.
But Lawrence of Arabia. I mean, you can't not pick Lawrence. You got a chance to have Lawrence of Arabia on your team. You got to pick Lawrence of Arabia. It's like
it's a
you
great
went
movie.
Derek
It was
Jeter.
on
You
my
went Derek
list.
Jeter. You know,
Yeah.
you got to pick him. So
I
here we
think
are.
it's probably good that you picked it because it was one that I've been considering for like a couple of picks now.
Oh yeah.
So
Now it's off your table. You can off your plate. You can pick something different. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to go next pick with I'm going to do All the President's Men.
Oh, it's on my list. That was that. I almost picked that one this time. So yeah. That was my other prestige pick that I thought about picking earlier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a It's kind of, I mean, it's not like a Nolan movie, but it's kind of constructed in that precise, just like suspenseful way that you would like if Nolan were to do this movie, it wouldn't look a whole lot differently, just in the at least in the narrative construction of it.
Yeah.
The way it builds the tension and is like so like precise in what it reveals and when it reveals it. Obviously, it's based on a real story, so it's following,
Right.
the actual story. But the editing is what makes this film is what makes it that uniquely, visual experience of that story. And man, it's a really great thrilling watch.
Yeah. It's one of those perfect movies. Yeah, absolutely perfect movie. Good pick. Yeah, it was on my list. It was when I said I had two prestige movies I was trying to decide between. It was that one and Lawrence of Arabia.
Okay.
And I went Lawrence instead of that one. See, I could have gone. You're right. It's a very Nolan.
You can
movie.
go either way.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of David Lean in Nolan's ambition, but there's a lot of that there's a lot of that Pacula matter of factness in what Nolan does too. So
yeah,
makes sense. Okay, I got one more pick. One
more last pick.
This is tough. Because maybe this is where you try to go for the win. Like if people are going to vote, you want to pick the movie that's going to help your team out. This is the cleanup hitter. Right. Yeah. Yeah, maybe this is what you do here. On the other hand, I don't know. I'm just partial to good movies. So these are all good movies, though. Like, I'm not gonna go wrong here. I like to introduce people to movies maybe they haven't heard of. So then I'm tempted here to pick something that people maybe don't know and might put it on their radar. On the other hand, if you have a chance to pick a movie like the one I'm pointing at now, why wouldn't you pick it? Why wouldn't you pick that movie? It's tough. This is tough. I also don't have a Scorsese on my team right now.
Oh yeah.
Scorsese has adapted so many of his movies are adaptations. And you're talking about Killers of the Flower Moon, There's there's a Nolan on the table. There's a Nolan on the table that no one has chosen. And this is a Nolan episode, Nolan season. Maybe I should pick the Nolan,
That's true. So usually the rule is we don't draft the movies that of the director that we're discussing.
Okay, so Oppenheimer.
I didn't really tell you that beforehand, though. So if you want to take the Nolan, I didn't give that rule at the start.
That's true. So Oppenheimer would technically be off the table in the normal rules.
Normally, but I didn't say that. I didn't tell you that. So
you told me now, so I'll accept the rule. But I think I was actually aware of that from listening to a previous episode.
Yeah. But if you built your draft if you built like your strategy a certain way, and now I'm just now telling you, then that wouldn't be fair. So
no, it's not. We're not there. So I had 5 that I really wanted to pick, and so
yeah, there still is a lot of great ones.
There's a lot of great movies out there still. Yep. All right. Do I go for Scorsese? I'm about to pick Scorsese. Feels wrong. About to pick Scorsese. But there's another movie.
I got my Scorsese.
Yeah, I know you do. So I'm my last pick anyway. But there's another movie here that I would love to pick. Especially since I didn't get all the President's Men. There's another movie that's like on that wavelength that I kind of want on my team. Tough.
The suspense is killing me.
I know.
I think I know where I'm going with my last pick. So unless you take it, you might take it.
I can't believe I'm gonna leave Scorsese on the table. I can't believe I'm gonna do that. That just seems wrong. But I'm gonna pick The Social Network.
Oh man,
I'm picking The Social
Network.
Me. Was that it? Was that what you were gonna pick?
That was it.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, I'm doing it. I'm picking The Social Network. I'm picking it because it's The Social Network. It's not about Facebook. It's about all of us.
Right.
But it is about Facebook. It is. If it's not in my book. It's not in my book. Come and see. It's not in Come and See because I'm not sure Fincher has been that influential. As great as he is, as much as
Right.
people love him, I don't think he's been that influential.
Mhm.
He's one of those that's people can't really do that thing that he does, and so I don't think
Yeah.
he. And so when I'm picking the last 20 years or so of movies and filmmakers, like he just didn't make the cut. But it's hard not to say that Social Network is one of the most important films of the past 20 years, and
Yeah.
one that we still need to reckon with the kind of questions it asks, or whatever.
Mhm.
And you got two Army Hammers. Um,
2 Army
and
Hammers. That's
yeah,
right.
2 Army Hammers, and that's maybe twice as many as you need. And you got to admire someone who's like, let's put double Army Hammers in our movie.
Yeah.
Hall of the Mountain King rowing the boats, great sequence.
Yes.
Jesse Eisenberg. I saw him at a coffee shop here in Pasadena the other day, so
Yeah.
got a personal connection.
There you go.
He's great in the movie. I don't know. Andrew Garfield. I feel like I'm making like a sly, almost Scorsese pick by picking this movie because Andrew Garfield's in it, and Silence is so good. He's so good in Silence.
Yeah.
So, all right, I'm doing it. Social Network. That's
Even
my pick.
Justin Timberlake is pretty good.
He's great.
He's great.
I think he's on drugs in the movie in every scene he's in, but it's great. He's great.
Maybe he is. Who knows?
He might be. Yeah, he might be.
Man, gosh, you threw me for a loop. And here's a tie-in too. Also a 2010 film, and beat out Hans Zimmer's score for best score at the Oscars.
As it should have, because
it's
an
phenomenal
amazing score.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did
Kurt Reznor did a great job.
They did part of that half of the score for Soul, which was phenomenal too.
Yeah, their score, their Soul work was amazing.
Yeah,
it's one of those where you like, really, those guys are scoring a Pete Docter Pixar movie? That totally worked. Super good.
Mm-hmm. Man, yeah, that really threw me for a loop, and now I don't know
I'm
what
sorry,
I'm
but I'm not. I'm too competitive to be sorry.
Oh man. Well, because now I think you're gonna force me to pick another Scorsese.
Oh, that's good. I'll be happy they get to keep playing. I would hate for
I
all
could
to be
pick
left
a different Fincher movie.
You could. It's true.
But I like the Scorsese movie more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess I'll go ahead, and this might be the Scorsese you were going to pick. I'm going to go Raging Bull.
Nice. Good choice.
Were you going that or Goodfellas?
Or
Gangs of New York?
This is actually why I didn't pick a Scorsese, is because I could not decide between Goodfellas, The Wolf of Wall Street, and Raging Bull, and Casino. Okay. Actually, these are all nonfiction adaptations. But mainly it was between Goodfellas, Wolf of Wall Street, and Raging Bull. I couldn't really decide. So
it's hard.
Yeah.
Raging Bull is
amazing movie.
Yeah, it's just an amazing movie. It changed. I think it changed even like. So like it. I think it changed the way like that sports movies are shot, and especially boxing movies, which there's a large amount of. But it. Man, it's an incredible movie. That last scene of Ray LaMotta talking to himself in the mirror is just like another devastating end to a Scorsese movie.
It is. It is. So I have my personal story related to Raging Bull is, so I started working on Come and See before we had my son, before we had our first kid. And I worked on the book for like 5 years, so spanned my son being born and everything like that. But I actually, he was born, we were at the hospital, because you're there for a few days or whatever, and I took a break from being in the room and I walked over to a coffee shop that was near the hospital, and I sat down to work on the book, and I wrote. That was the morning I was like up to Raging Bull and working through writing the book. And so I wrote about Raging Bull in the coffee shop after my son had just been born. And it was one of those moments where like I tried not to let personal stuff bleed into the book too much. Like it's really about the movies,
Yeah.
But that context like made me think about like I don't know who this boy is going to be.
Yeah.
That was just born. I don't know who he's going to grow up to be. I don't know what kind of man he's going to be. I don't know anything about this kid or whatever. And he could end up being as despicable as as LaMotta, as Jake LaMotta, and as complicated and as hard to love as that. He could be that way. But you know what? I think Scorsese loves Jake LaMotta. You know, and I think he critiques who he is and all that. Sees him clearly, but I think he loves him.
Mm-hmm.
And I know God loves him.
Yeah.
And it was like whoever my son grows up to be, even if he's Jake LaMotta, God's gonna love him. Yeah. And I'm gonna love him. You know, even if he breaks my heart, I'm gonna love him. And it was like I remember sitting in the coffee shop trying to write that devotion and like wrestling with all this stuff.
Yeah.
Just because of how De Niro and Scorsese give us, Jake LaMotta. Yeah. Yeah. That's an amazing portrait of a man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's beautiful. A really cool story and connection. I feel like Scorsese is like that. He has a lot of grace and empathy for extremely flawed characters.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, not just like Nolan's flawed characters that are just kind of dealing with some inner grief or guilt, but like, I mean, to the nth degree flawed men.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Scorsese really captured that two Catholic things, sin and grace. Yeah. He really got them. He really shows you sin. He really shows you grace.
Yeah. Oh man.
Oh, good draft.
Yeah.
I like my team. It's a good team.
I do too. I'll read them off and then we can say a few honorable mentions. Okay. Elijah ended up with Apollo 13, Mean Girls, Seabiscuit, Moneyball, 12 balls. Oh my gosh. Moneyball, 12 Years a Slave, Lawrence of Arabia, and The Social Network. I promise that was not me trying to sabotage your draft. And I ended up with The Irishman, Apocalypse Now, The Sound of Music, Malcolm X, The Big Short, All the President's Men, and Raging Bull. Book ended with the Scorseses.
Nice. So, that's good. That's good. You only picked one movie I don't really care for, and I'm not going to tell you which one.
Oh, no. Well, now I'm curious. Now
Sorry.
Oh man.
Not a bad movie. It just really doesn't do it for me. It's the way it
does. That's fair.
I'll watch it again one day. Maybe I'll get it Maybe I'll get it. But yeah.
Hey, that's great. Yeah, we'll see. Well, I have a guess, but I won't say it.
It's Malcolm X. It's Malcolm X. Malcolm X.
That's fair. Okay.
Yeah, that's a movie that like I'm still very much wrestling with Spike Lee, and there's some of his movies that I really love, and then some of his movies that I'm like, I don't get it, And I think he'd be okay with that. Like he doesn't make movies that are easy to get.
No, they're very tough.
Yeah, and Malcolm X is one of those. I think I built it up too much in my head before I watched it, and then I watched it. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that was fine. That was good.
Yeah, see, I had an opposite experience. I watched it like kind of on a whim, so I went in with like no expectations. Yeah. So
that's the way to do it.
His movies are rough around the edges.
Yeah. I like that about him because I like movies that are rough around the edges because it means the filmmaker's really trying to do something.
Yeah. Like The Five Bloods was very rough around the edges, but I really liked it.
Yeah. He never sacrifices energy and emotion for like finesse. He always prefers energy and emotion, and I admire that about him quite a bit.
Yeah. We already mentioned a few of the
Runners up.
Scorsese honorable mentions. Did
Yeah.
you have any others you wanted to just mention rapid fire?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, the one that I was almost picked but didn't pick because the movie's not very good, but the book is great. Is Julie and Julia.
Oh yeah.
The movie
Mm-hmm.
about Amy Adams and Meryl Streep,
Yeah.
about Julia Childs. The half of that movie that's about Julia Childs is based on the biography about her called My Life in France.
Right.
And that book is so good.
Mm-hmm.
That book is so good. And the part with Amy Adams is based on something that's not so good. And it's kind of like, oh, there's some weird stuff happening here with this woman. But the part about Julia Childs and her husband is so good. And the book is so good because their marriage is fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like what you want a marriage to be, kind of like the best way that a mid-century marriage between two white people can be is like their marriage. And it's such a good book and such interesting people. So love that.
My wife will be happy to hear that because I think that's a book she wants to read but hasn't yet. I can't remember.
Oh.
She did read the other one and hated it.
The one that's the Julie girl one,
right?
Whatever, that was like her blog thing.
Yeah, she hated that book.
I hate that one. That's wrong. But
she loves this movie.
Yeah.
So
the movie's a lot of fun. I watched that movie on the front row over to the left side of a theater. It was like $1 theater. It was a terrible movie going experience, but I still enjoyed the movie.
Yeah, Meryl Streep is so fun in it,
and Stanley Tucci and them together are so much fun in that movie because the Childs are so much fun.
Yeah,
they're amazing. So, love that book. Tell your wife to read that book. It is as not good as the other half of that thing is. It is that much better and more. It's so
fun. I'll have to tell her. I'll tell her first that she's asleep right now, but I'll tell her first thing. Yeah, that's awesome. I did have Julie and Julia on my list, and it was one of those that I thought about. I actually thought about at one point drafting it just because my wife would be so happy.
Yeah.
But I had already done that with The Sound of Music, I was like, I gave her pick that so. I had a few. So one of them that I've taken in a draft a few drafts ago, or maybe even more than that. I don't remember what draft it was, honestly. But I don't know if you could call it an adaptation of a nonfiction book. It is adaptation.
Oh, yeah.
It's a kind of.
It is. It's
technically
it's the way Stanley Kaufman would adapt a book.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
I didn't draft it.
If Mean Girls is an adaptation of a nonfiction book, then adaptation is too.
Yeah. And I probably would have taken it if I hadn't already taken it in a different draft. But but yeah, I love adaptation. It's a wild movie. Zodiac was the other Fincher that I was looking at.
That'd been a good pick.
Lincoln, I really enjoy Lincoln.
Is Lincoln based on Team of Rivals? Is it technically an adaptation of Team of Rivals?
Yeah, I think that's ringing a bell. Because I was looking up all these before I was adding them to my list.
I love that movie. That's like top tier Spielberg for me, and one of those kind of like Apollo 13 that I turn on quite often, and just kind of have on because it does something for me.
Yeah.
But not like Apollo 13. There's no movie, hardly any movies like Apollo 13 for me. It's like so much my favorite. But yeah, Lincoln's great. I had Into the Wild on my list as a potential.
Okay. Pick. Yeah, I haven't seen that.
Almost picked it because I thought it would help my chances in the voting because it's beloved by people who love it.
Yeah.
And I like it quite a bit. I like the book more than the movie, but the movie's still very good. I think about it a lot. Yeah. And then The Killing Fields. Have you ever seen The Killing Fields?
I have not.
So Peter Weir film from the early 80s about Pol Pot. And it's an incredibly good movie. And it was one of those movies that like my dad set me down to watch when I was of a certain age or whatever, and
Yeah.
it was kind of like this is an important film, but also a film that like people don't really talk about very much. But you really need to see it because it's great.
Okay.
And so, yeah, love The Killing Fields. So good.
Yeah, I'll add it to the list for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only other ones that I would want to mention would be I think Argo is pretty good.
Yeah, it's fine.
Catch Me If You Can.
Thought about Catch Me If You Can.
Is fun movie. And then I like Sully. Good. Yeah, I think it's enjoyable Eastwood movie.
Good. Mm-hmm.
And I've always thought that was a interesting story.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, there were some that I would have never picked ever that I have seen, but I won't mention those.
I didn't even write those kind of movies down.
I just put all of them that I've seen on a list that I could think of.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a fun draft. Yeah. Do you happen to have a recommendation of the week? It can be anything.
Anything?
A meal, a movie, a show.
Well, I'm gonna recommend another nonfiction book actually. So yeah, I said I had like a list of like books that I wish they would adapt into movies.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna recommend one of those. Those books. And the book is called Running with Sherman.
Okay.
And it's by Christopher McDougall, who people may know because he wrote Run Free, which is the book about barefoot running, and a lot of people have, for some reason, have heard of that book. But Running with Sherman is a true story about him and his family. They moved to Amish country, bought a house in Amish country, and he ended up learning about and doing this thing where you run with donkeys, like a race with a donkey. And the race happens up in Leadville, Colorado, but he trained in Amish country where he lived or whatever. And the book is really about, it's about that, about running with donkeys, but it's really about this whole community of people that they meet and that live in their neighborhood. The Amish people that live there, and then non-Amish people who live there too, the English who live there as well. And just the way this community comes around this donkey who's been neglected, and then other people in the community who also need healing in some way, and the way the community helps them achieve that through practicing how to run with a donkey in a race. It was a book I picked up just completely randomly exciting.
I'm going to, I a lot of times I wing my recommendation of the week because I forget to think about it beforehand. And so I'm just going to recommend that here at the end of the episode, you click the link in the show notes and subscribe to the come and see email because I've really been enjoying it. We talked about it earlier, but yeah, I've enjoyed reading about movies that I have seen and catching up with some that I haven't. Some great old movies, and so yeah, I don't remember how many I'm into it, but the one that I got this past Sunday was Frankenstein, which is a great movie. Yeah, so I'm like over 4 months in, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Did you want to kind of just share real quick some places to follow you and find your work? Yeah, and I'll put those in the show notes too. And yeah, that's it was a fun episode. Had a lot of fun talking Inception and with the movie draft, and so yeah, I hope maybe get you back on for another series in the future. But yeah, yeah, I had a great time. Thank you so much for coming on, Elijah. And we're going to wrap things up. Yeah, next week, again, we'll be talking about The Dark Knight Rises. I'm excited about that conversation, revisiting that movie. And so we will see you again next week. But until then, you've been listening to The Establishing Shot.
Thank you so much for joining us on the Establishing Shot today. We hope you enjoyed the episode and got a lot out of it. Make sure before you go to like and subscribe on all your podcast platforms, and especially on Spotify and Apple. If you could leave a rating and review, that would greatly help the visibility of the podcast, and I would greatly appreciate it. Again, if you go to establishingshotpod.com, you can find out all you need to know about the show, where to find us on the social media platforms, where to find us podcast-wise, YouTube, and you can even leave a voicemail there on the website on the right side of your screen. So click that if you want to give a comment or ask a question about the show. Just feel free to leave a voicemail. We'd be happy to feature that on the show. And also, if you just want to email rather than leave a voicemail, you can email us at establishingshotpod@gmail.com, and we would be happy to answer your question there or feature a question or comment on the show if it pertains to the episodes. So please do that, and we would love for you to join the Establishing Shot family. You can, again, find where to do that on the donate page at establishingshotpod.com. We hope you have a great week, and we look forward to seeing you again next time.
We were happy here. For a little while.
But look, I figure it this way. Better to be king for a night than schmuck for a lifetime.